And slowly, really slowly getting started today. Well, in style for Ree's Slow Walks, episode 2 today. So today I am going to do another one of the slow walks. This is episode 2. And today I have a lot of PCEU abodes to visit and wonderful places to explore and see and just have a look around and just, yeah, I'm really excited. I've seen many of your messages and a lot of you have added more homes and places, and I'm very thrilled to see all of them. And well, all of you, of course, know this is a slow walk, so I may not get to all of them tonight. It is quite an extensive list already. I'm very, very honored that all of you have, yeah, just opened your homes and allowed me in to have a stroll around and just to enjoy and see and just yeah, I'm very, very honored that all of you do this and are so kind and opening up. Good evening there, Toad. I'm just saying thank you to everybody who's so far entered their homes or, well, opened their homes to me so I can do a slow walk. I hope you're having a good time, Toad, tonight. And I hope you have some treats with you and maybe a nice tea or something else. Maybe it's also warm in your neck of the woods. Here it got to 27 degrees today. Can you believe it? With strong winds, though. It is kind of warm. Oh, ice cream! Ice cream happened. Oh, I love that. Wonderful. Oh, and a red bush tea. Wonderful. I'm so thrilled to hear this. Very good. Taking care of yourself like that. Perfect, perfect. Yeah, 27 degrees. This is why I have here a grapefruit and hops kombucha by my side, sparkling away just slightly. mm. So yeah, the list is quite extensive and really, really long already. And I'm so over the moon and very humbled and really, really honored that so many people have decided that, oh, why not? We can slow walk through my abode and have a look-see. And I shall look. Who's the first one tonight on my nifty little list? This will be PCEU, I think today only, because I think there's only one more entry so far for PCNA, and I'm going to hold on to this one for a moment. But that being said, first one on my list is by Darth Picard. Very interesting name. I have questions about that. And it is a Hakluyt's High Hall. Some of you know, really large abode, 700 slot home. Oh, hello there, Shamina. Good evening. Good evening. I hope you're doing well too, and maybe you have a nice drink by your side, snacks. All of you are comfortable, hopefully, and because you know, this is a slow walk. I don't think I must say more by that by now, I think. Ooh, cold ice. Cold tea, cold tea. Is it iced tea? Or is it just cold? Because I have tea here as well, but mine is not cold. So I have 3 drinks here so that I can do all the talking for a few hours. So yeah, tea and kombucha, which is kind of tea because fermented tea, right? And of course I have water. I was just saying that the first one is by Darth Picard. Darth Picard, Hakluyt's High Hall. This is a home. Wasn't it the abode that you can buy with gold when you've managed to do certain dungeons on vet, or am I mistaken? Ooh, oh, wonderful. You know, that is wonderful, Shimina. Do enjoy. Yeah, you know, um, there's iced tea, there's iced tea, and I understand what you mean because there is something here that people refer to as iced tea, but is ice tea, or in German, iced tea. Um, and it's very sweet, right? It's I really it's maybe a bit too sweet for me. Um, that some people really like to drink, and then there's iced tea. So you brew it and then you cool it down, adding ice to it. This is how I know it from the south, from living in the south for a while. There they just brewed tea, and this was often a mixture of a fruity variety with a black tea, and then they cooled it down too using ice. Very tasty. Very good. I'm glad that you're having those. Um, right, I will take us to this wonderful home. Oh, wait, there is a little instruction for me. Okay, so um, Darth Picard has mentioned that no EHT was used in building this wonderful abode that we're about to see. And this was, I'm just going to read the description. This is my first try at housing. Oh, everybody, the first try. I love this. Everyone is free to visit and give advice or suggestions if you have any. I was going for a tranquil place for Ember to relax while keeping Bastion where he belongs. While keeping Bastion where he belongs. All right, this already made me giggle. So yes, and thank you so much for your instruction there. I shall turn off the grass, which is an odd thing to say, I think, to some. Turning off the grass. Da, 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 da. I'm sorry, grass. I will have to turn you off. There. Really do like instructions like that. It really helps when particularly when you do need to look for a specific effect. And I hope I can spell everything right. think so. And I shall take us there. Everybody, the first try at housing. Yes, yes, Toad. I'm sitting here on my chair, clawing a little bit into the arms. Oh, oh, look, everybody. Of course, all of you know this home, of course. So we are starting off with the dark tunnel. It's a marvelous home too, I think. Darth Picard. Oh, look, I really like the use here of those wonderful wedding flowers. These are the orange ones, I think. Hello there, John Saxa. Welcome, welcome. I saw you last night, dragon booping. Or, well, we were booping their noses. I don't know if you were booping their noses too, but I saw you. Um, I really love this. Also, the nice use here with the ferns, soft and glowy. Did you boop them? Wonderful. Did you notice that the ice dragons have a beautiful, cute little beard? I love them all. I want one of each, you know? They're so sweet. Very nice use here. Also, nice idea with the colors. They have a very cute beard, and the other ones, the black dragons, you know, the Palpatine dragons, they have bangs. It looks so funny. I mean, cute funny, but I always want to boop their noses and give them little hugs. Sometimes they tickle me, and I am very happy about that. I really like the color choices here, and also how I'm sure all of you have noticed these wonderful plants here. They can be bright red in specific places. And I do like that here's a little bit of play with shadow and light going on. Darth Picard has been to the archive, it seems. Also, a nice mix of different shrubberies and ferns here. Very slight and gentle. Of course, 700 slots is the plot, and of course, all 700 slots are used. Of course, she says, but you mustn't think that is a must. You always have to use all the slots. Very nice idea. So not much of a change here. The tunnel still looks like a tunnel. You can definitely see it's Huckfield's High Hall. Well, the tunnel towards it, of course. But there is an addition, slight addition, in greenery to add a little bit of soft, gentle lighting here. It's really sweet. Really like the wedding flowers. They do add a lot to this. Maybe even more could help here, particularly with the sunflowers, to help them stand out a little bit more. It's very nice. I really love this. This is wonderful. For the first time, oh, and the blue ones here, nice cluster as well. Very sweet. Few pops of color here and there, and I also like the placement here of the wedding flowers because it changes ever so slightly the texture of the wall behind them, and you see few of the worn stages of those wonderful pillars here. And of course, the ferns glistening a little bit here. It's very nice. Really elegant. Hmm. Enchanted lights here. Very good idea. Adding them. So changing a little bit the color here. Playing a little bit with the different enchanted lights and gloriousness. Mm. You can see that a bunch of ferns and flowers and shrubberies and other plants have been tried out, and looking at them, what works here, what doesn't work. I really like the shroomies here. So nice lighting on them in particular from this angle. Makes them stand out a little bit more. I think they're pinkish, right? So in this light, of course, that hue has slightly changed. Very, very nice idea. And a blue wedding flower here. Transitioning a little bit, it seems, from more darker, cozy color theme to a little bit of a more powerful but colder lights too, with blue here. Again, nice idea with the ferns here. Really, really sweet. It's always nice to have a few pops of color here and there to look at, so the wall doesn't look all that mossy and washed and all around. Right, so this is the tunnel, of course, towards the high hall, but can we? No, we can't. So we must take the tunnel. Very good. Hmm. Let's have a look, everybody. Such a huge plot, too. Very imposing structure. Uh-huh. Oh, nice choice here for the carpet. Very elegant. Soft, gentle lighting. The interior hasn't changed all that much. Hmm. Oh, something to read, everybody. Aha, the infinite tome. It's closed. I'm not going to, I mean, I can open it. Those of you who are a little bit sensitive um, to light, maybe, I mean, this is all right, I think, but for some it might be a little bit involved. Wonderful. Very nice. 700 slots, everybody. And this is such a large plot. It has so many rooms. There's so many. It's just, oh, it's so involved. I'm wondering, maybe we should have a look around in the courtyard before we proceed to enter here and see if something has changed outside. Oh, yes. Oh, look, everybody. Oh, nice. I do like the wedding trellises here. Nice addition. Ooh, oh, look. Oh, look, everybody. Ooh, nice idea with the lighting here. Very soft and gentle. Nice little pops there. There's a little toad in the garden. I love them. They're so cute. They also have such a soft, gentle light to them. It's very nice. And very nice idea here with the greenhouse. It is, of course, a slot saver. A lot of people have found this, I think. Oh, oh, uh-oh. Everybody, this is where Bastion is. This is where Bastion belongs. Darth Picard. All right. Bastion, you okay in there? Oh, look, there's cheese. Oh dear. Oh dear, Bastion. You're in with your favorite dish. Oh no. That's funny. Oh. I mean, he does have a bed to sleep on. There's a table and a chair to sit and a bucket, so at least a few amenities and commodities light there as well. Very nice touch here with the bucket. You might need it, Bastion. Oh dear. Oh dear. Maybe he's going to rethink his aversion to cheese a little bit when it's the only other thing in there with him. I mean, of course, our former and our late, oopsie, I'm sorry, our late GM Trilka has also done this, but the cage that she put him in is a little bit smaller, just a little bit smaller. And she used the shivering cheese, which is absolutely hilarious. I really love it. It's really funny. Look, everybody, Bastion in green lighting. In with his cheese. And you're making sure that he's not going anywhere, right, Core? Ah, something to read. A Feast Among the Dead, Chapter 2, everybody. And you're having... Is this mushroom soup? I do enjoy. Hope you like it. I think Bastion's table is lit even better. This is wonderful. Are you going to read him from that book? That would be hilarious. The idea. Not only is he imprisoned with cheese. Oh, hello. Who are you? Can I boop your nose? Oh, you also have a bed. This is so sweet. I do like when pets also have a bed to sleep in and meander around maybe a little bit. Such wonderful glowing eyes you have, little one. And such a smile he wears. Such a cute smile. Oh, right. So here outside, Bastion resides in his very own cell. Maybe a few more will have that idea to imprison him a little bit. Good evening there, Loop. Welcome to the stream. So, we are in Darth Picard's wonderful boat, and I have found where they have put Bastion with some cheese. I never tire. This is too funny. Oh, and Core taking care of them, reading A Feast Among the Dead. Wonderful. Really, really wonderful idea. And yeah, such a big hall. Used to be, I think, for some also a guild hall because, of course, has a huge plot, and you can technically put or could have put all the huge collections of crafting stations here, but away with those, and now everybody can be free, and this 700 slot plot has been filled. Very nice idea here, again with the flowers. Nice contrasts also, adding a bit of variety into the mix, as we've also seen a little bit in the little tunnel. I do love those mushrooms. Such wonderful color. Great illuminations as well. Also there in the back, we do see already the elsewhere ones, the vines. Wonderful wedding flowers everywhere. And it seems like many varieties. Ooh, and I really like this one here. This placement is wonderful. Because all of you know, makes the trunk stand out a little bit more. Makes this wonderful tree look even more gnarly. It's an Eleanor tree, I think. Really, really wonderful. Oh, look! Oh, who do we have here? Hello, little one. Can I boop your nose? You know, I don't have carrots with me or anything. I'm very sorry. But I'm sure you'll find a lot around here. Even the green ones here. Wonderful enchanted lights. I really like that. Wonderful idea also. I really like the addition of the shroomies here and the vines. Elsewhere vines covering here in the back. Really nice. It's a good backdrop to make the scene stand out a little bit more. Again, a first try at housing. Very, very nice first try. So very nice of you to let me come here and have a look around. Darthvikar. I still have questions about that name. Oh, also wonderful light here. This one shimmers so nicely green and gives off such a nice hue. It's really, really wonderful. Also, this should be an invitation to all of you if you want to come visit. Darth Picard has mentioned so that everybody is welcome. So if you want to come have a look around, leave only kind messages, of course, for them. I really love that frog. Oh, Toad. They're so wonderful. Nice addition here. I really like when it's subtle lighting, not too much in your face. It's very nice. Great color pops as well, here and there. Hello, you. So beautiful. I've seen this wonderful toad nestled in nicely in a wonderful pond in, was it Missy's Guildhall? Queen Missy's Guildhall Midnight Roses. I think I've seen it there somewhere. Wonderful idea. Such nice lighting, so soft and gentle. And of course, these amphibians are just glorious beings. Nice idea to add them here in the garden. And I did say that this wonderful enchanted light gives off such a wonderful green hue. It's just, I really love it. I sometimes like to add it to tree trunks climbing up, so that the tree trunks kind of get illuminated a little bit longer, furthering up. Just, oh, I love that. Wonderful idea. Also nice choices here with all the plants. And of course, all of you know that maybe I can jump here a little bit higher, or can I climb somewhere? You should know, I'm sure all of you know, maybe I can climb there somewhere and I can show you. Maybe not, but this is not the entirety of the plot because there lies a whole plot beyond here. She says, jumping around like a mad woman. Maybe from here I can give you a better look. No, but maybe outside the window. You do see a little bit that down there where my cursor is now, I'm not sure if it comes off on the screen well, but there is the gate that leads up towards the hall itself. And so there is quite a lot of plot left open, or, well, closed off, really. Very good idea to make sure that you're not using too much of the plot or you're getting in trouble when it comes to making a very large plot look filled and grown. And I've said this a few times, it's very difficult to really furnish such a large plot and not look at and not make it look empty or have it look empty because it's so large and you fill up with the 700 slots so fast, in some cases at least, that you can run into trouble there. And it's very nice to close off the area a little bit from view, but you still see a little bit of the iconic Hackville's High Hall outside, the backdrop of the wonderful snowy mountains there. Wonderful. Very, very nice idea to close off a good portion here to make sure you can furnish the outside here and create a little garden. Softly lit, very gentle, very nice idea. Again, I really love the wedding flowers. These are really beautiful lights. Very nice enchanted lights. Few pops of color here and there. It's always a wonderful thing. Interesting choices as well with some of the wonderful trees here. Not too many huge trees, more of the smaller type. I mean, nothing wrong with that, of course. Oh, more sunflowers, everybody. I do love them. They're so sweet. I really love this this use of the vines from elsewhere. Oh, they are so, so wonderful. Glorious lights. Very soft and gentle. Maybe mimicking a little bit the starry sky that is very cloudy here. These always remind me of Japanese maple. Very powerful red, these. The leaves of them. Mm. Maybe I can jump here? Probably not. Very good. Very good job that I can't jump anywhere. So I can't do any shenanigans here. Very nice. Wonderful, cute little garden. Very nice idea. Also, I really like the use here to form this plateau. I'm sure all of you know this is a boulder turned over. Wonderful boulder too. Lovely to create a cleaner plateau here and a wonderful garden on top. Softly illuminated. Oh, look! Look, everybody! Oh, clever use of that wonderful furnishing piece. All of you have dug it up many, many times. Some of you have put it to very good use. Maybe using it as a wall adornment or creating shelves with it. Here it is being used as somewhat of a carpet, and there's a wonderful bench here for you to sit, look outside beneath a wonderful awning, really red gaudy, gloriously lit too. Beautiful scenery. It's a nice idea here to add a little bit of an alcove. Hmm. Apparently, that's interesting. I could open it. I shall open it in a moment, but I think I'm returning there to the inside. We will see what lies beyond. Oh, I do like the vine work here as well. It's very elegant, soft and gentle. Oop, have to jump a little bit. Really imposing home, this one. I did say that earlier. It is indeed very, very large, has huge, huge structures as well. Maybe not intended to feel you, um, to make you feel dwarfed and small and tiny, but still very impressive, imposing. Mm. Ooh. Oh, look, everybody. Ah, laundry has been hung. A bit of laundry still awaits. There are a few fabric pieces here waiting. A little bit of ink pots. More fabric waiting to be used. The general structure and the walls have not been touched. I do like that. Sometimes, I mean, sometimes houses do need a do-over or a makeover because they just look really dreary and dark. But sometimes that works as well because with the right lighting, it can look a little bit dark and leads you towards a place that's more cozy and comfortable. Oh, look! Have we entered the kitchens, everybody? Hmm. For the meat lovers, a rag waiting. Hmm. Oh. Apparently, it's ribs for dinner, everybody, and kebab. Oh, and there's pie, everybody. Oh, pie! Little bit of jubilee of 2024, everybody. Wonderful. Such a wonderful cake, that. Ooh, more sweet rolls, baked goods. Ooh, and a little bit of pumpkin. Few spices there. Some would say questionable meat. Hello there, Silades. Wonderful to have you. Good evening. Sure, look away a little or a little more. That's all right. Yeah, add away. Don't, it is open for all of you to just add things there. It's all right. Um, I will get to them slowly. Hello there, Rillis. Welcome, welcome. Good evening. Mm, there are such amazing homes here, yes. And slow is exactly what we are doing here. We're walking slow and seeing wonderful boats. All of you were so kind to add your homes, and yeah, I'm very thrilled, and it's really also such a sweet and humbling experience. Oh, look, apples. Nothing wrong with that. Um, it's always so nice to see that you are also comfortable with me visiting and letting me stroll through them in a slow manner, as all of you know. It just, I really appreciate all of your participation, and I'm very thrilled and honored at the same time. It's just really wonderful. I love showing all of your wonderful abodes, all of your beautiful homes, and a first attempt at housing, as you are now seeing here by Darth Picard, in one of those really large plots, the Hackfields High Hall. I'm sure all of you know just how extensive and large this plot is. And smartly, Darth Picard has decided to block off parts of it and remodel a little bit, but very subtle and slight. So far, not too much has changed. It's a very homogeneous edit, if you will. A few little changes, very slight and elegant ones. And apparently, we have managed to find the kitchens, nicely lit, by the way, um, so that we can see there is cake, there is sweet rolls, and nice kebab and ribs for dinner. I hope all of you are enjoying your dinner maybe right now, or maybe you are having a snack. Maybe there are treats for you. I do hope that. Yeah, it is. It's quite elegant. This is very gentle and slight changes. Nothing too much. It's not too much of a big change. Very subtle and not touching the original structure too much. Working with the structure rather. So that's quite nice. Mm. Would agree there, Siladis. So just utilizing pews in this way to create somewhat of a, well, buffet or buffet furnishing, that's quite nice. I think it must be Leia when it can be. They have also used it to sit the trellis upon, the wedding trellis, to block off parts of the abode. I've said to all of you probably know that this doesn't really exist. I mean, it kind of exists, but I would be hovering now in the air. They've decided to block off a good portion. And I think it's Leowin. It does look to me a bit like Leowin. Look over here. It is similar, and adding the trellis on top to block off the path here. Of course, all you know there is a path. That's very very nice and interesting. And then they have said, Siladis, I have to tell you, they were going for a tranquil place for Ember to relax while keeping Bastion where he belongs. Imprisoned with cheese. Mm. No caps! Still no caps! I hope Siladis will return within a minute. It's just wonderful. I really love this idea to add a little bit of extra here. And it is, I think, over there inside, it should be the same. I think it should be the same thing. Looks really nice. It's a little bit adding a little bit of extra there for the eye in the back, right? And I think that's precisely what they also were going for, to add a little bit of extra. And as I said, they were working mostly with the structure and not changing too much, just slight changes. To me, it does look like it is Leowin. I could be wrong, but it looks like Leowin. Yes, no caps, darling. Welcome back. But yeah, I have to giggle about this all the time when people decide, okay, Bastion, because you are such a cheese hater, you are going to be having some quality time to spend with the cheese. It's just wonderful, this idea. I wonder if you do this, if you could do this with everything that the companions don't like. In particular, I think it's really funny. Look, everybody, dinner is set. Table set apparently for 4. There's a lot of wonderful dishes for everybody here. Nice cracklorn scene here, of course. Nice choice. Also a few busts to look at. I mean, it's only a minute. I've put it to 1 minute, and 1 minute only. You know, maybe that is an interesting challenge. What to do with companions and their dislikes. Adding or having Mary stroll around all the fireflies that you can possibly find. Maybe she'd be really happy there because I think she gets upset because, like, when you pick them, right? But yeah, it's an interesting idea. Maybe think about that. What can you build to, you know, tease out the aversion of each of the companions? I think that it's for some it's not that easy, I think. Maybe you kind of have to think outside the box. Those of you who are listening in on with 1 or 2 ears or half a ear, I don't know. Maybe this would be a good theme for one of your builds. Companions' dislikes, an abode to show what they really don't like. Might also help people when they are trying to gain rapport with them, and so they can be informed. So I think everybody knows by now Bastian really doesn't like cheese. Oh, putting her in maybe some kind of thieves' den, Isabel, and having people sneak around. I think that would be very interesting. Wasn't there someone, I do remember someone creating a wonderful thieves oasis, but not in a thieves oasis. So it's not the plot thieves oasis, it's a different one. And so maybe that's an idea, Siladis. What else don't they like? What else can you think of? Oh, all right. Yes, please add away. Again, they will not go anywhere, and unless you close them and I can't visit, of course, then it is kind of tucked away. But so long as permissions are set and I can come visit, I will get to all of your abodes. So don't be shy. Add them. I'm always very happy and honored to go see all of your beautiful abodes. They're so wonderful. I really like the scenery here. It's nice kitchen area and then elegantly bit rustic set dinner table for four, which is wonderful, of course. Nicely illuminated. A few a few wonderful busts here for us to see. St. Olms. Poor thing. He moves so funny. Oh, yeah, I heard a few people say they really like that voice and like hearing her. Hmm, really? Oh dear. Does that mean you play Alliance on WoW? Um, maybe you can send me in a DM because I have made it so that no links. I mean, it's not if it's not spam, you should probably be fine. Ah, you know, I will say that there's one thing that I will say, um, slightly veering off ESO here for a moment, but there's one particular for the Horde that I really liked, and I'm sure you know which one I mean. Sylvie, she was the bestest. But yeah, I've long said goodbye to WoW and have found this wonderful home here, literally. Murloc. Shimina, I love that little wrong chat kind of thing here. That's really sweet. Thank you so much, Siladis, also. Yeah, it's I will say that ooh, there's also an interesting use for the trapdoor, everybody. Can you see this? It's a wonderful idea. What happens if I open? Oh, look. What a wonderful view. Um, Now some of you know this, but I love heights. I really adore them. This is wonderful. So great idea here utilizing paintings. So it's a smart idea. It's a really, really nice idea to get this. Um, Only trouble, can I close it again? Mhm. Yeah. Wonderful view, everybody. It's such a nice idea. Just, look. Oh, I think I know. I might know the song indeed, Siladis. Murlocs steal? Sometimes they steal. Um, there was I always wondered who or how they managed to add that voiceover on them. So sweet. Yeah, such a nice idea. Also, nice idea with the trapdoor to utilize it like that. It's a little bit of extra thrill to the dinner party, right? So wonderful, this. Oh. Aha! Everybody, if you wish to play a little game, you can come here too. After dinner, of course. If you want to have a sit down, maybe with a cup of tea, or I know some like a little glass of brandy or something of the like, or maybe you are more the espresso faction. I personally do like an espresso after dinner. Mm. Then you sit down and play a little bit of cards here. Tribute, of course. Nice idea. Or huh, you have a sit down here and relax. Nice turning over the fountain here. This is very wonderful. And have a read. There's a little bit of literature here. Mm. I do tell you guys to turn things. Oh, look at that. Oh, can I boop your nose? Would you like scritches on your belly or behind your earsies? Oh, this is so sweet. You're getting cake. Yes, look, there's cake. Hopefully, you're not going to be sick with, cake. That's so sweet. Such a sweet idea. Aww. Little, little sweet darling panting away. You said that a moment ago too, but it's fine. All of you who want to or need to lurk away is all right. You're making me blush a little bit there too, Siladis. It's so wonderful. I just really love this idea that you're progressing, kind of. You're entering through the kitchens, having a sit down for dinner, and you can go ahead, play a little bit of cards, or read, give scritches to your favorite little friend here, and maybe, yes, bedroom, everybody. Aha! Just Ember's about, everybody. I'm sorry, Ember. May I enter? I hope I can enter. Look. Ah, little bit of vanity going on here. It's a nice idea too. Really love that. Good evening there to you. Welcome, welcome. Oh, Ember helping us illuminate here. Selva? I do hope I'm not butchering your name. If I'm butchering it, is it a C as, sounding as an S, or is it a K sound? Kelva. Welcome, welcome. Good evening. I hope you enjoy your stay with us. Looking at wonderful PCEU abodes in a slow walk. This is episode 2, of course. And I'm still in the first home, which is a very large one by Darth Picard. It's the first try at housing, which is quite nice. I really enjoy also that they added the little vanity here and a little jewelry box and a few little toiletry things that she might need. Ember? Oh, you are having such a nice bed here. So cozy and comfortable. Oh, and somebody drew you a bath, or did you do that yourself? Oh, she may have done it herself. Few towels there ready to dry her off. So the fabric here, really nice idea to place that. Wonderful tapestry as well. And elegant little nightstand there with a wonderful, beautiful, soft light. Great idea. Wonderful bed as well. Looks so comfortable. Looks really comfortable. You can see her slipping into bed, relaxing. Very nice progression. Also nice painting here elsewhere, of course. And there's a wardrobe, and I'm sure she has all the commodities that she needs. Wonderful flowers here. Very soft and elegant lighting. And I really like the progression again. I have to go back one more time to show you because it starts off in this particular part of the home with more powerful lighting, if that makes sense. Kitchen brilliantly lit. Everything is light and bright. And apparently, Ember can have a sit down with all her friends. Her dinner is still brightly lit. A few trophies here. Well, not trophies, busts. And then the lighting is a little bit less involved, a bit more subdued, for a little game of tribute, and then you can go ahead and read away, and you can hear the soft and gentle cascading fountain here turned over. This is really fun. I love this idea, turning over the fountain and utilizing it as a little couch table centerpiece. And of course, our little friend here has a little dinner as well. Cake. And here we are in Ember's bedroom, and here the light is so subdued that you can definitely see her cozying up here, getting some rest from all the adventures she has faced together with Darth Picard, everyone. What a wonderful idea. This is still the outside of the house, of course. We have meandered through the wonderful tunnels, have ascended, entered in, and then turned to our left out into the garden, where we've met the place where Bastian has found his abode, where he can spend quality time with his favorite, she says sarcastically, of course, with cheese. And here Darth Picard has added a wonderful terrace for us. Nice and green, wonderful shrubberies here. Few little friends livening up the space, lending a little bit light here and there. Wonderful idea. And we shall have a look inside now. I've not shown a whole lot from the inside. We have come through here, of course, all of you know. I've shown you already. This is the Infinite Tome. I've not opened it. I mean, I have opened it, but I'm not going to now. Not too many changes made to the abode. Oh, she says, and then there are changes made. Nicely turned over those pieces. Look, everybody. Wonderful lighting here. Really, really elegant. These are turned over flower beds, if I'm not mistaken. It looks like to me. It is a really interesting idea to do this. Wonderful lighting here. Very soft and elegant. Doing a few shrubberies here. Wonderful ferns. Enchanted lights here and there. Giving this room a makeover, of course. So adding, oh, wonderful. Yeah, I've done this similarly, adding a lot of wonderful hedges, overgrown hedges, to the ceiling. And more wonderful vines dotted in them to create this marvelous look. Wonderful idea. So the rooms here closing off, of course. So the majority of the abode lies outside. The vast structure here has changed ever so slightly. Nice color choices as well. Many pops of color here and there. All in front of a wonderful canvas here, of course. And the ceiling, turning the ceiling into a green mass, covering up all of the ceiling, basically, the upstairs of the house. Wonderful hues here also. Wonderful glowing little dots. I do love them. I like to place them outside as well, or inside. Creating an outside feel in an inside is also something that I really like to do. Wonderful idea. Really powerful lights, these. Warm, elegant. Wonderful use also for the Necrom window. I've seen a few people use this window in many different ways. They think, aha, lighting has changed. Now it has decided to fall into place. It's really funny. Also, some of those lights are just hilarious. How much they fall through structural pieces they shouldn't be able to fall through. And then also, just recently, someone has shown me a few screenshots of a window that is in the Grand Sijic Villa that also throws light onto the floor. But physically, that's not possible because there's no light that actually could fall into it because there's a wall directly behind that window in the next room, which is a little bit odd, I think. If you can make, you know, sunlight magically appear through windows that can't possibly throw. But then again, it's a Grand Sijic villa. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised about that because it's magic, maybe. Oh, I really like the choices that they made here. Turning all those flower beds over, utilizing them in this way. Little bit of symmetry going on here, just slightly. The two Necrom windows on either side. And there's another one here. Nice choices here with the shrubberies and the ferns and the enchanted lights and a few mushrooms here and there. Accumulation of all kinds of different conservatory items added here. Shroomies. What can you do with shrooms, everybody? Wonderful red here. Nice choices. Soft and elegant. I think it's Fargrave, right? The walls look to me like Fargrave. I do like them. Very nice. And again, Darth Picard's chosen to close off a lot of the plot and go with something with a theme and create a wonderful, relaxing abode for Amber and a little place for some quality time for Bastian with his favorite friend. Wonderful. Really, really wonderful idea to utilize him in that way. Good evening there, Amina. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's so wonderful. And then also the lighting on the statue is really nice. I do keep saying this over and over again, but if you light your statues well, everybody, they receive a little bit extra contour, a little bit of extra character. And here also the light that is being used is just so wonderful. Can I jump? Really, really nice idea to do this. And of course, as I've mentioned already, covering up the upstairs with utilizing a lot of overgrown hedges and adding a few little specks of light up there in the ceiling. Very nice idea. Very elegant. Few fairy lights peeking through. Transforming this place softly, elegantly into a very serene, cozy place. Maybe Ember strolls in here from time to time. Calms down from all the traveling and all the adventures that she's had. And then goes outside. One more time, I have to. Says hello to Bastian. Sticks in more cheese. Gives a nod to Core. And a little boop to this one. Look how they're smiling. Such a sweet smile you have, little one. And such piercing eyes. So sweet. Such a cute little puppy. And then... Scary? Oh, you think this is scary? Why? Not scary. Look, he's cute. In his own way, of course. But yeah, and then, of course, Ember can decide, I've had a wonderful day. Just said hello to Bastian and his best friend, the cheese. Strolls out into this wonderful garden created in a little bit of a hovering canopy, if that makes sense, in the Hackville High Hall. I shall jump for you a little bit here so you see what I mean, that a majority of the plot is actually not used and blocked off, which is very smart. With these large plots, I always say this, and a few of you have mentioned this, that's exactly what you do. You look at what is it that you can block off first and then go about creating and designing. Look at that. It's clearing a little bit here. earlier, it was very cloudy. And then Ember has her very own place here, full of all the amenities and coziness and for all of her friends to come visit. Also, Darth Picard has mentioned that all of you can come visit, have a look around, send them only kind messages, everybody. This is the very first try at housing. Here is a little bit of game and relaxing going on before Ember can turn in her own bedroom. I love this idea. I've seen a few builds by you designers. Mm, yeah, I know. It's very hard to decide, Kelva. It is, you know, sometimes, sometimes these are the hard choices that you have to make. Yeah, first try. That's what I thought, Amina. This is quite well done. Yeah, sometimes with the large plots, you kind of need to. If you are truly looking to achieve something wonderful, you basically have no choice. Yeah, it's a great job. Everybody messaged Darth Picard. They have done a very good job creating a wonderful abode for Ember and a nice little place for Bastion. I can read you again what they have given as a little description. So, this is my first try at housing. Everyone is free to visit and give advice or suggestions if you have any. I was going for a tranquil place for Ember to relax while keeping Bastion where he belongs. So, you make of that what you will, everybody. Please come and visit. Send us because only kind messages. Um, is is a scary thing for some to be brave enough to enter their home into one of the slow walks and have it be looked at. Also, one more time, I have to show this because this is so wonderful. For a little bit of extra ambiance. Of course, down there, I've said this a few times, down there is the gate that will let you in. And we're quite far up if you can see this, jumping a little bit. And you would follow the path along. Hello there, Pepsi. Welcome, welcome. And the majority, well, a large portion of the plot has been just blocked, so much so that you can still see it. It's still there. It's not gone at all. And much of the build itself is not very, mm, you know, very intrusive. Like the house isn't changed all too much because the major structures are still there. You can still see them. You can still see the walls. You can still see that characteristic theme of Hackfield's Hall, right? It's still there, and it reprises here and there, over and over again, of course. But there's a change, very slight and subtle. And I really like what they've done here. It's a quite elegant job. And 700 slots used entirely. Also, they've not used EHT to build. So. Yes, I mean, I can only wholeheartedly agree. It's also in my rules. Always be yourself and without, no ifs, no buts, always be yourself. And yes, the lighting. yeah, I have said this, the wedding flowers and the wonderful, glorious Southern Alps where um, vines, they are just perfect. I do love them too. I like using them. And this is such a wonderful first go at it. I think they've done a good job. And they were so brave. So brave entering into this for the very first time with their very first build. Very nice. Very, very nice. So sweet too. I love seeing first builds. Also because if then the designer decides to enter another one later on, you can see an evolution going on and that you guys grow. I love that a lot, and I've meandered about that a while ago. Um, when I did my designer spotlight with Pat Garrett, all of you probably know that he was storyteller with his interpretation of Tartaros in One More Housing last year, where you basically, some of you were there with me and you were following me into darkness, basically, and master at lighting, I must say. And the progression of that build is the further you go, the less light there is. But in my interview with him, he basically took me on his own evolution as a designer, and we talked a little bit about how you play around with the different furnishing pieces that are available, and get a feel for them and what you can do with them. And so I do love seeing first builds and then a progression from that first build, or maybe even the first build revisited, maybe after a few months or even a year or something like that. I always like that because it just shows how much you guys refine and how much you grow and find yourself and your own style in housing. And I shall have a look which house is next on my wonderful list. Thank you again, everybody. I'm so thrilled. This one is by Devil's Master. It is a Moon Sugar Meadow. Another 700 slot plot, everybody. And the title reads Meta, the Outsider. And we do have a little description. I shall read it to you. Cozy and warm cottage for the main character. That is me. Aha. Cottage. I have seen a cottage there before, a few cottages actually. It's a wonderful idea. It's such a blank canvas, Moon Sugar Meadow can be at least. I think, of course, used to be also used as a guild hall because of the 700 slot limit. And I shall take us there. Hello there, Lemon Leaf. So good to have you. So good to see you here. I hope you're having a wonderful evening. And I hope you're also going to have, or have you had already, your wonderful evening with Bella's Sky Shards hunt. Oh, look, everybody. Aha, I already see a lot of foliage added here, a lot of trees. So the bridge is very much there. It's a huge plot, everybody. Oh, oh, I see. Well, of course. I mean, you don't always have to feel obligated to join Lemon Leaf. Yeah, it is very nice, is it not? Okay, so this is where you enter, and you are greeted with a large canopy of wonderful trees added into this plot. And then you see glorious lighting there, maybe leading us somewhere. Hello there, also welcome to the stream, John. Um, I am currently streaming PCU, but I do PCNA as well. I do not discriminate either server. Ola, welcome. So I did ask a bunch of people on the house folio to if they want to have me slow walk through one of their builds or more of their builds to add them into a wonderful nifty little list on the house folio. I shall give you the information real quick. If you're wondering, you have not been there before, maybe it is a welcoming community for you too if you're interested in housing and want to get some inspiration or see what we all do there. There's a lot more streamers now. We even got one new addition, I should tell you all. Ta has wait a minute. We have a few new streamers, so Jim the Bard and Ta have entered our team. We have a bunch of streamers on this community, on this wonderful community only dedicated to housing and everything. And Ta also streams console. So if you are a console player or you only do console and your house never gets featured, Ta will have your back and will take care of those, which is really wonderful to have. The community is growing, and also the designer or creator community is growing in this regard. So do feel free to join us if you're not there yet. You shall be welcomed. Right, and Devil's Master has oh, wonderful. Welcome, welcome then. is a really nice community. I think perfect for everything housing. And so this is there's not like a whole very drastic change just yet. There's a lot of foliage added. I've seen something similar. I did a designer spotlight with Cathonia, who is of course a rose. And I think she was the first rose ever to be on my chopping block in a spotlight. I was very gentle, by the way. I'm never asking too piercing questions. And here, Cathonia also added a lot of trees in her Moon Sugar Meadow, and apparently Devil's Master has done the same thing. I really appreciate that. Wonderful idea. Also, glorious lighting here. Very nice idea. Of course, if you are a part, I'm always happy to be given scripts or invitations to homes. I'm very delighted always, and quite frankly, also very humbled because it's very wonderful that I'm allowed to see all your wonderful builds and your glorious homes. Oh, interesting. By accident, Pepsi. You know, those are the best accidents sometimes. I personally really like when you do something and it works out great. But I will say that you can, of course, decide to change the entree a little bit and create your own path. Maybe I've seen, for instance, Yumiji has done a marvelous build here. It's called Holy Snail, and they are basically doing away with, or well, have done away with the entree so much so that it is disappeared, and you meander about through mm, debris, and you're following along here in the path, and then along the water, and you come around the corner there to the right, and then you see the Holy Snail, which is a huge, huge sculpture. If you've not seen it, um, I have a clip of that particular one somewhere um, on my Twitch. You shall be able to find it, I hope. I think it was for that magical feeling as well, where I've been able to show it. Beautiful build. And the snail was made of shrooms. And it was, I think it was Toad that suggested it was like sprung forth from Studio Gibril. Um, mm, well, design board maybe? Yeah, that one. It was you. C'est vrai, Toad. Alors. Yeah, it was wonderful and it was really, really huge. So yeah, you can I do love the Moon Sugar Meadow for that particular reason because it is such a canvas that it gives you so much room as a designer to know what to do with it. It was really amazing indeed. So all of you who've not seen that, you should really look it up. Yumiji did a marvelous and stunning job. I actually jumped off at some point from that enormous snail. Un peu. Je parle un peu français. Yes. So, but the majority of the stream, I will talk in English. Sometimes the French slips out. I'm very sorry if it happens. Um, so yeah, I really appreciate this plot for that because it's a blank canvas. You can take everything that the plot comes with out and then use it as a just something you want to do with it. It just has so much room for you to play around, so much um, space and so much possibilities for you to do whatever you want in it. And I think that is marvelous that such plots exist. Similar to Cold Harbor Surreal Estate, except that Cold Harbor Surreal Estate, of course, has a different environment. And some designers like to go with a specific house because of the environment that it has and not because of something else that the house has. So I do appreciate that when designers make a choice like that. And I really like this here because these wonderful ginkgos, giant trees, by the way. Oh, I gathered that you are. The FR at the end of your name was suggesting such. In some cases when I'm really I think a few of you have noticed when something is really glorious, then I will say oh c'est magnifique. or something like that. And I'm very sorry when it slips out. It just, I can't help it. Really, I can't believe that. um, it's I think it's quite on the nose, but there are also I think that little emoji at the end will kind of show it's in jest. Yeah, it's I really love this plot so much. I really like what they've done here. Also, these trees, these giant trees are so glorious. What? Yeah, I love the ginkgo trees too, lemon leaf. Just because of the behavior. So just sometimes because of the behavior, I really love that. The little animation is so elegant, so subtle, right? It's not absolutely in your face. Mm. Yeah, there are a few. I think there are a few more that do have wonderful animation. Also, some of them sway. Again, I will remind you of that wonderful ESO fashion website. Is don't just use it for fashion, the obvious, very on the nose for that it is made for. And don't just look up style and what you can use to add some flavor to your wonderful tunes in ESO, but also look at the wonderful collection of all the different kinds of furnishings. They are all very neatly sorted in each category, and you will find them sorted as you would in um, the designer. If you're in a home and then you're opening the menu to start designing, it's exactly in that same order. And some of the trees, lemon leaf, they sway very gently and softly. And then you do have, of course, the ones that have such a wonderful, gentle petal fall, cascading down, adding a little bit of extra flair here. Do appreciate that. I think also Dunny had a wonderful. Oh no, that was the Cold Harbor Surreal Estate. But that build was also very sweet. A castle built in the Cold Harbor Surreal Estate. That was a little bit of an homage to Alice in Wonderland. You could actually follow a little rabbit, which was really sweet. The white rabbit led you along. Yes, you do need to look at it. I know that. So I've talked with Lil a few times, also when we were streaming together during our commemoration and celebration of Iras and all that Iras has done with Rishi. Um, I think in the second um, part of that, Lil told me that she spent hours and hours and hours looking at ESO fashion and all the different shrubberies and trees and what theme will go well together. And because she was suspecting that Iras was doing the same thing or had done the same thing to stay within a palette, if that makes sense. And it is something that is very pleasing to the eye if you can stay within a specific color palette and have that color palette reprise in your build. It makes it very homogeneous. And if you're then capable of making it stand out just slightly, or you're adding something very modern, because Iras built a lot of modern homes, because she, of course, was an architect in real life, and architects in real life like to play around with these things. And it was, all of her builds were very beautiful and they stood out. And there were a few pieces in that Rishi told us that were definitely her hand. So a little signature there. And I think all of you can think about that maybe as well. What would be your signature? Do you think you already have one, or is your signature still awaiting there for you somewhere? Are you placing a specific little figurine everywhere in all of your builds? Or maybe are you adding a specific light source everywhere in your builds? Is there something that makes your builds instantaneously recognizable? Oh, look at that! You do. Oh, I love guars. You know why? Because they jump so sweet. They have such a sweet jump animation. It's the cutest thing. Haha. Lots of moths. I love lemon. I love that lemon leaf. I love it. All of it. You know, a little note to you, because Soris of Tamriel Homes has in one of her beautiful builds, I was so blessed to see, and she was also live on stream with us. So live on stream in the chat, and so I could ask her all kinds of questions, which was, I really love when I can do that. I love when I can ask you guys questions, but I of course know for some of you, like a live conversation with me where everybody can hear you talk with me might be a bit too scary. But Sori's did answer all kinds of questions in chat, and it was really, really sweet. She did a build in an erstwhile sanctuary. The roses among you know the erstwhile sanctuary as the Winter Rose Guild Hall. And no, it's a little bit darker, wonderfully lit. And I really love that guild hall. It's beautifully made. And Soris has made it in an homage to all the little critters that we all know. And she has designed, utilizing ordinary furnishing pieces, enlarged versions, not all enlarged, but large versions of all the little critters. So there were snails, and there was a moth too, very large, beautifully illuminated lemon leaf. I think it's still there. I think you can still visit. I'm not sure if I still have the script. It's really, really beautiful. At some point, I will show you. I have it clipped in on my Twitch, of course. You can find it. I think it is under the magical feeling. That was a competition, of course, that I did with Lil and the Real End Game Housing Community. And let me see if that was, it was not small, it was a large house. This, by the way, also encompassed both PCEU and PCNA. Let's see. Hmm. Yeah, sorry. It's the Earthspire Sanctuary, and I can read to you what she's noted here. A magical realm filled with magical creatures. It is a house inspired by the Droomvlucht, dream flight. From the park, the Efteling which is a fantasy themed ride where one soars through magical places. That was so, so beautiful. Shimina. Also, Amina, I know uh, color addicts. I understand that very much. I've spoken with Mashia, for instance, who is all about color, and oh goodness, if you've seen any one of her designs, their color really stands out. So I really love that all of you or some of you already have something that you can think of that you place in every single one of your homes. I love that. So yeah, Lemon Leaf, at some point I will take you to that erstwhile sanctuary and you can see it. She's done a marvelous job there. It's beautiful. But if you want to see what she well chatted to me about while I was there in her build, it's on my Twitch in a clip. Um, it was so wonderful. Also, a few people of Tamriel Homes, I think, tagged along. They came and looked around. It was very, very nice. I really loved that. Seeing people come visit while I'm there. This, of course, some people or some streamers find that odd. I don't find that odd. So come visit, um, follow along, or maybe explore yourself. Or if you don't want to be on stream, that's fine. You can also come here and visit with your friends. Always ask the designer first, of course. You know, some some of the furnishings you see, and it's love at first sight, right? You look at them and you go, oh, oh, I adore this. Or maybe it is a non-combat pet, or maybe a little mount that you have fallen in love with. Some of you know I do appreciate bears a lot. Doesn't mean that they appear in all my builds. I don't have a whole lot of them anyways. So, yeah. Mm. Oh, pop culture. That's interesting. I really like that. You know, this reminds me of, I've spoken about this house before, but it was really, really amazing. Someone also in the One More Housing competition had a glorious build that was, um, well, an interpretation of the interior design of Russian apartments at the turn of this century, so the early 2000s. And you could see TVs. They built a TV set with antennas, and there was a shower as well, and a kitchen that looked very modern. And also the staircase leading up to that apartment, very much reminiscent of the style that they were going for. Pop culture, that's interesting. So, Mr. Warhol, Andy Warhol, comes to mind in this, but that's of course pop art. I'm not sure if that was what you were referring to. Ah, you know, some people are sneaky. Some know in which guilds I am, and then they just travel to me. I mean, that works as well. Hmm. Um, and also the scripts, or well, mm, not exactly the scripts, but sometimes you see, particularly for some of the designers, they are open to visitors, and you should see this also in each of the showcases. So on the house folio, every single designer has their own showcase where you can add screenshots of the houses that you've created, where you can also add maybe works in progress, stuff like that. Also, you can add YouTube videos if you've made some yourself, or maybe you've made someone else has taken screenshots of your abode, and then of course you can post them there. And you can also note down whether your house is featureable on a stream like this one right now. And of course, you can add whether your house is open. Also, you can add the scripts there so that we streamers can travel there easily, or someone from the community as well. Because we do have a few people who are not streamers, but who love to visit homes as well, and take screenshots there. And also, don't be shy and ask in the community if you're maybe working on a project and you're stuck and you need a little bit of help. Maybe you want to learn a little bit about essential housing tools, which is a really powerful add-on, of course, and can be daunting to start with. So do feel free and ask all your questions there. And you shall also be able to find designers there and see whether you can visit or not. Oh, as in movies. Ah, I see. Ooh, 20 of your... 20. Okay, this is amazing. That's a huge number. Oh, uh-huh, uh-huh. Wonderful. Well, you heard it now a couple of times. If you're comfortable with me showing off your houses uh, on live on stream in a slow walk, where I take my time and look at all the little details, and sometimes I get distracted and talk to you endlessly and hope to make you giggle, then do feel free and add a few to start with, or maybe one or two to start with, into my slow walks. Oh, you're comfortable with voice chat too. So I have two requests there. One request is for the slow walks that I'm doing right now, but I also do designer spotlights and designer specials. If you want to know how those work, my DMs are also open. You can DM me on Discord. Or you can just add yourself to be the first in a long time. You're not the first ever, but the first in a long time. Hello there, Priscilla. So good to see you. And I'll be happy to find a date for you, John. Wonderful. So I do I do all the streams in English. As you can see from the information, makes, in my opinion, the most sense because everybody will be familiar and can understand. I had a few people on who are from France or Belgium and other places where French is, of course, more predominant. It is, and I think we need sometimes to find that bridge not just in language, but in what we do and how we interact with one another. And I think that is a perfect segue because I just got off the bridge there. I love it. And we are here beneath a beautiful canopy in Devil's Master's wonderful abode, beautifully illuminated. So yes, of course, feel free either to DM me or put yourself up. I've had, how many designers did I have on for the designer spotlight. I think altogether 10. I did a special with Mashia, Lilana, and Hayden the Black Cat, which I was very thrilled to do. The ladies were so amazing, and they talked me through their glorious six of their glorious story builds, because they utilize housing in this way to tell stories, which was really amazing. And then I did have a lot of designers on, wait a minute, so it is 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 designers I had in total on a spotlight or a special. And it's all available also on Twitch. You can have a look around if you are curious how I do them and whether you like them. I'm always very gentle. I think the first one I ever did was with me doing all the talking, because I think the person I was doing it with was a bit uncomfortable to be on voice with me. But thereafter, everybody was cool with talking with me. Also, that is, of course, an invitation to all of you. If any one of you feels comfortable, wants to talk with me about their builds, I'm always happy to find a date to have a conversation and have a look around. So yeah, the ginkgo trees, very nice addition here. Oh, wait a minute. I did turn off the grass for the previous one, but I should probably turn it on here. Grass. There we go. Looks a little bit different now with the grass on, I think. And I really cannot emphasize enough how much the Moon Sugar Meadow is a canvas for all of you to play around, to see what you can do here. I've seen all kinds of builds here. It doesn't have to be like this serene path that we are meandering about and following along. In Devil's Master's wonderful abode. Oh, look! Looks like a pergola waiting for us. Oh, wow. This, John, this is wonderful, and I hope you are going to have the best time on your vacation. I will say this, there is a competition currently ongoing. Today is your deadline, everybody. Those of you who've not entered yet, but the real end game is hosting a glorious competition currently that is titled Gold Road's Vision or Gold Road Visions. And we are about to do the judgy business. I have been honored by Lil to be part of the judging team. So I will do a lot of streams showing off all the wonderful competitors in this beautiful competition. So today is your deadline, everybody. If you've not entered your house by now, go fill out the form and find all the information. I shall give it to you here as well. There you go. Oh, there are so many competitions, and I understand, totally get you. Sometimes is is all right not to compete and just to have a look at all the glorious entries to those competitions. And yeah, this one in particular, I was really thrilled to see it. And it's, by the way, backed by Bethesda France. um, yeah, is I'm really glad for to be part of this wonderful um, judging panel. There are a lot of glorious streamers and wonderful judges who are partaking in this, and it's just really an honor to be there, and just is really wonderful. I'm really happy um, to be there. I think is a number of judges. It's a large number of judges. A few names might be familiar to some of you. So there is Desastre, of course. There's Icy. There's J. Hart Ellis. Lil, of course, will judge. Maya the Barbarian from Ninja Pulse. Nefas has agreed to come and be judgy. Nova, of course, is there. Spentifical is there. Tatanko and Genova and Siran Takui. There are lots of a lot of wonderful judges. Some of them don't stream, some of them stream, and is just wonderful. And we also have Nortenheim who will just do streaming. You know, Shimina, I understand. Yes, Nova is going to be there. Yeah, wonderful. Oh, I'm so glad that you know her. Also, again, there are a number of, I just mentioned Disaster is also there. So is a number of people who are going to be streaming, who are going to show off, and who will have to do a lot of judging. Is yeah, if you've not entered and if you feel comfortable entering, or you know, you don't have to, of course, it's not a must. Um, then of course come join us. And if you would just want to join us while we have to do the judgy business, I'll be very happy to have some company and talk to you about it. It's really wonderful, and that is the real end game: housing a community competition that is going to commence. And Aetherius Art is also currently hosting a competition, a very large one as well, called the Enchanted Grove, and is I'm when you just look at the panel of judges, is amazing. And that competition is backed by Bethesda UK. So lots of support there, and wonderful prizes await the happy winners, of course. And I think all of you who have entered already are winners already, because I think it takes courage to do this. You know, also Shimina, I have said this. Why create more work for judges? You know, to me, this is not work, because it is something I get to see your beautiful homes. Is I can make happy noises about it and be thrilled and look at them and go, oh, look, isn't this wonderful? um, it's not really more work in that sense. Yes, and I understand also that's what Shimina also mentioned, inspiration and learning something. And I think a lot of people um, have had this similar experience when they see um, some of the competitors' entries. And I shall name only a few, Kitsun Dark, for instance, or Futarko. usually bring very impressive builds. And those are just two names. I'm sure that there's more that come to mind or to your mind. And is really, I have also spoken about Yumiji before, and their builds are always so thoughtful, so beautiful, and so filled with um, very elegant and creative use of furnishings. And so I see that those can be or can serve as both inspiration or something to learn from. And I understand this for some a humbling experience as well. And I wouldn't say that anyone's build is not what judges are looking for or what will win. I would never approach a competition like that. Don't think to win, uh, or you must build something so extravagant that it will, you know, mm, will stand out as much and then clench the victory. Um, I don't think that is what is supposed to do. I mean, some are definitely in that range. I will also say Ruben and DJ Friede both have extraordinary talent, and I think the talent and the ideas and the ways in which they have brought them to life, that deserves a prize. But partaking in the competition should be the goal. Insane. I love their builds. I love them all. They're so beautiful. But Shimina, to your point, I love all of your builds, and I really, to me, you don't have to flash me with a ton of Crown Store furnishings. Show me a build that tells me a story, for instance, or that is, you know, mm, created around something. If that is a piece of furnishing, perfect. Or if it is one of your characters, even better. Or if it is a companion you decide to imprison with a bunch of cheese, you will have me giggle for sure. So I really, for me, it is always a joy and is always something wonderful. And I couldn't care less about, flashy things. They are glorious, and some of the designers are utilizing those flashy things um, in really wonderful ways, so that they create something inspiring. And Ruben is definitely one of those. Hmm. See, and Shimina, also a little note. Um, One more housing. Yeah, that is why I had Mashia, Lilana, and Hayden on a designer special and talked with them about the um, the storytelling in their builds, because all three of them had story builds in the One More Housing. And I think for Mashia in particular, it was um, the build. First of all, the way in which she altered the boulder tree was amazing. And she also utilized a little bit of EHT to add story, right? So I get that for some judges, you have to understand it's 75 houses that you have to get through in a allotted time frame. You don't have endless, you know, the time limit is there. You do have to finish at some point. And so, yes, sometimes they do run through. I've never done that, not even in One More Housing when it was so many houses. And I think, I'm not sure, I'm not sure who it was, but someone appeared in one of my streams while I was doing the judgy business. And they were rushing through. This was so funny because I think they were also streaming. It was really funny. I giggled about that. Um, so yeah, I understand where they're coming from because sometimes you're pressed for time. Um, I will I will always take my time with builds, and even if it takes me ages to get through all of them, I don't care. Um, so long as someone stays with me and I've not talked all of you to sleep, I shall be happy. Oh, and hugging you back. You're very welcome, darling. Yeah, thousands. It was a really, I think just the amount of entries, it was just so many. And I mean, of course, it was the largest housing competition across both servers, right? PCNA and PCEU. And it blew. I My mind was blown when I read the number 400, and then you still have to wheedle it down, you know? It's just enormous numbers. If you think that you have to get through 400 houses in an assorted time frame, even if you sort all of them into groups and then have utilize some form of spreadsheets or something to get to get through with all the streamers is just an enormous undertaking. Also, John, about Ruben's mind. I've said this a few times when I was visiting some of their abodes and their builds. I think that this is a beautiful mind of, you know, someone with such enormous creative energy to them. They have something they want to show us, and they turn housing furnishings over until the furnishing does what they want. A little bit similar to DJ Friede finding curves where there shouldn't be curves. So I think this is exactly what I meant. Some of the designers are so extraordinarily gifted and so extraordinarily creative that they absolutely deserve to be shown and also given prizes. Also, I do appreciate what Futako does in many of her builds. They're all beautiful. I think I geeked out about one in that magical feeling. Um, it was a Baba Yaga house. And I was happy and giggling so much because this is an old childhood memory of mine. The house is so funny. Um, and I really geeked out about it. It was so funny, and she did a very good job in that creating it. Really, people pay for that to put people to sleep. I mean, I had no idea. I casually put people to sleep by just talking them to sleep. I do have 2 episodes of rereads currently on my YouTube. It's one is a little bit longer, one is a little bit shorter. It's poetry for now, but that may expand in the future. But it does take time to record. And I think I have read a few people to sleep a few times. If I'm glad if you like. Oh, Toad's taking a long break. I've shown 3 of Toad's builds last week. Beautiful builds, all of them. Really, really wonderful. Pantherfang Chapel, for instance, an homage to the Orthodox beliefs and faiths. Uh, it was for so the House Folio has monthly showcases that are themed, and for April we had places of worship, and so there were 3 builds by toads in that. Really liked them. They were very nicely done and very sweet and beautiful and very the the way in which Toads merges and layers furnishings is something very wonderful. I've noted that all around, I think. Sometimes you have to take a break. And I've talked also with some designers about the whole taking a break fact, because sometimes you start a project, right? And you start building and you're feeling okay with it and it's going well, and then you hit a brick wall and the inspiration just has gone out the window, and or maybe gone into hibernation, and then it's a good idea to also hibernate that project and just take a break and recharge and return to, you know, just recharge your batteries, if that makes sense. I think that's a good choice. Sometimes you have to do that. Also, that's very kind of you. Good thing there's no camera on me, because else you'd see me blushing. Aw, you guys make me blush so much. I must hide somewhere now. This is very sweet and very very kind of you. You're so gentle and so sweet, everybody. um Also happily talk you guys to sleep if it relaxes you and if you're calmer. Maybe you had a very tiring week so far. We are in Wednesday, of course, and I understand maybe you are just, thinking, okay, this week could end soon. Yes, don't. Um, re-ASMR. I know. Um, and I understand when the Monday maybe has been a real difficult one, and maybe your Tuesday was too, and this Wednesday has shaped up to be tiring or something else, and maybe you had some stress at work, or you were wrangling and uh, trying to herd cats at the same time, or maybe there were issues with family members or anything. And if this stream can serve to calm you down a little bit, to help you relax and unwind, I'm very happy that it is helpful to you. I will always be happy about that. A year. Look at that. Uh-huh. In a day, that is really fast. Zoomies going on. Wow. I actually am wearing the Ring of Zoomies, but I'm slow walking. I don't have the Ring of Zoomies on NA though, so you'll have to bear with me. There I'm a little bit slower than here. And here I am already rather slow. I love this little pergola here. It's a wonderful addition, little pop of color. And of course, we are still in Devil's Master's wonderful abode. I shall give you one more time a little reminder of what this is. Metal the Outsider. Cozy and warm cottage for the main character. That is me, Devil's Master. I love that. I love that, John. That is wonderful. You see the whole thing, and then you go, ah, and you have it. Is That's wonderful. I really love that it's going well for you. Some take a little bit longer. Some designers take a few weeks or a month, and I know for a fact that, for instance, DJ Friede was working on their Hold of the Lunar Champion for quite a while, and it went through stages. And that's exactly what I was talking about when people hibernate builds, or it's a continuous work in progress. And I think that particular build was entered into the ESO meets Lovecraft competition. That one was really, really wonderful. Mm. Hello there. Good evening to you, Lil. Welcome, welcome. I'm in the second home tonight. Look at the time. I hope you also had fun looking at the wonderful showcase homes of places of worship. I know, I went so fast. I'm so proud of myself. Hmm. Such amazing homes, such wonderful abodes, and also some of the temples were really awe-inspiring. To me at least. Everybody, if you're not familiar, Lil is a fellow streamer and part of the Real Endgame community, leading there, by the way. And of course, part of the House Folio and many other places connected to housing in ESO. Everybody, it's uh, it's just wonderful to be able to see these wonderful abodes. This one is so nice. I really love that they added so much foliage here. All the ginkgo, all of the ginkgo. And this is such a huge, huge, huge plot. I've said this when we entered, and I keep meandering about it because it's really large. And adding so much foliage here, so many trees and giant trees at that. Um, I remember, I think, like when I talked with Cathonia about her Moon Sugar Meadow, which is really fun. If you've not seen it, it is the second designer spotlight that I ever did. And she took me through this. This was so much fun to be in her home and see the Moon Sugar Meadow and what she did there. And just leaving clues there and giving you ideas, and she just did a wonderful job. And I think I asked her how many trees she added. Look, everybody, what a wonderful abode there. Beautifully lit. I do love these vines. Southern Elsewhere, these wonderful vines are just glorious. I think more than 200 slots of Cathonia's Moon Sugar Meadow were just trees. So you can see how fast something like this fills up. We are at 647 slots in this particular abode. Oh, I love this. Lighting is very nicely done. Great layering job here with all the vines. Also great color choices there. Devil's Master. Look at that, everybody. A little abode here. This is a wonderful music box, by the way. Oh, you do hear the wind chime. Serenity embraces us here softly. Devil's Master, are you an artist? A painter, maybe? I love this painting. This is so wonderful. And maybe a little bit reminiscent of what the Moon Sugar Meadows is. It is a blank canvas, and slowly a painting, slowly a piece appears, elegantly coming forth. Similar also to sculptures, sometimes sculptors look at some kind of stone and then they tease out the most marvelous statues and figurines. And to me, this way of creating art is just something very special. Oh, just look. So I really love the detail here, adding a little bit of a drink there, and color palette here, and more ink, this time green, and this wonderful fan there. Sweet little details. Nice idea here to add the outfit station to serve maybe as more sources of paint and color. And of course, the two colors here, that the largest pots, of course, are resembling here those colors on the painting. Very nice idea. Maybe that wasn't the idea that they were going with, but I do still like it. And the chimes that I talked about, we hear softly, gently, telling us the wind is playing a song along. It's a nice little window here. So nice layer wind structures. So of course, all you know, this is a custom build. A nice little abode that is built from scratch, utilizing certain pieces, of course. Elegant. Aha. I shall go inside, but I want to have a look around first, if you guys don't mind. I really like when designers add a little bit of amenities to a build. Very good eye. They do, in fact, mirror that. And Shamina, that's also, and Amina, that is also what I've talked about earlier. Sometimes a designer looks at a specific color palette and then stays within that color palette and lets that color palette reprise over and over and over again. I really appreciate that. It's so wonderful to see, because it can be very subtle. It can be very subtle, and it still makes the build stand out and makes the build feel a little bit more homogeneous. And as I was just saying, I do like when you add amenities that we all have, or we all know about, or used to have in former times. I don't think today many people still utilize wood. Although, she says, I do know a few people who will chop wood and put on a wonderful fire to warm themselves on a windy, stormy night. Sometimes adding these little details is just wonderful. Adds life to the build. See, and a few people still do. If you still live in the countryside, if you still, maybe you're living in an older home, when they're a bit older, I love it when houses do that. Then you sometimes, when the wind is very strong or it's a storm howling outside, you can hear the wind rushing slightly through the crevices of the house and makes wonderful noises. I really love that. And of course, in those houses, central heating might not be available. So what do you do for warmth? Because you kind of need warmth, right? So how do you come by that? And I think one of the best ways to do that is in wood. Mm, of course, you can have a conversation then about the ecological factors, but still, sometimes that is the choice that you have to go with. Lil, I was saying is a little bit on the nose. The FR at the end of the name kind of gives it away, or gave it away for me. I really like this too. Also, nice clutter here. Great idea with the wonderful storage coffers, sorting them in this way. Nice lighting there. Wonderful idea. You couldn't be sure. See, I had a hunch, and then a bit of French slipped out, and there it was. It's always wonderful to meet people from all corners of the world and have wonderful conversations and be thrilled to know, oh, we do have a few things in common, not just being humans and being so enthralled with the wonders of housing. Look, they've taken so much time to add these wonderful apples here and the crates to the shelves. And it's a smart idea to use the storage coffers here to fill the shelves. Very nice idea. Oh, also nice lighting here. Good idea with the broom. Mmm. Elegant, soft lighting here. Oh, I can actually stand up again. Really appreciate that. It's very nice if you see something like this. I mean, this piece, of course, all of you know, you could find in the Altvelothi Harbor House, and adding it in here. Similarly, nice idea. It's, sometimes you have to. It is maybe not the perfect choice to use wood, but it is sometimes the only choice. Oh, look, everybody. Oh, look. Oh, I'm so curious about this look. Very nice vine work here. Great layering job. I will go inside soon, TM, she says, jumping around on the outside. Look. Nice little crafting stations here. Wonderful area. Nicely illuminated, by the way. Really elegant. Hmm. Passion, yes. I would agree with Lil. It's not just craft, it's the passion, the passion. And I can see, in many of the builds that I've seen, it's not, is a love that exudes from them, a fascination with building, with designing, with creating something unique. And I think is definitely a unifying factor. Um, I would also say that it can seep into the other aspects of ESO. Doesn't have to. It's not a must, of course, but that is why, and I keep saying this and I keep reminding people of it, that the housing community is a warm and welcoming place for everyone from everywhere. With you share the same passion, you share the same love, you share the same ideas maybe, and you can learn and grow within, and it's a cosm that and a place that just allows us all to be together when we are very far from each other. I mean, we can't always meet at wonderful conventions or meets or taverns, of course. And for some, it's outright impossible to. But we can still meet, we can still see us here. It's a nice idea to add these here. These wonderful painted stones, of course, also elsewhere. Very fitting for the Moon Sugar Meadow to add these in, a little nod to the story, to everything here in elsewhere. Really love this. The lighting here is so nicely done. Really appreciate that. Really, really well done. Oh, see, I was talking with, was it Pat Garrett? That Lil, I think you were there too. We were talking about how sometimes we all visit our houses, bring our friends, of course, and we sit around maybe a dinner table or at a beach and just gaze out onto the ocean, find a little bit peace and tranquility at a faraway place that is a pixel. It's pixels, but it still means something. Jump on rocks, yes, like we just did. Maybe on a few tables. No, I've never done that before. Yes, Toad, I like peas too, particularly in hummus. Hummus is so wonderful, chickpeas. They just, oh. you know, Lil, encourage that. Jumping on tables and rocks, chaos is always good to a point. Learning boundaries. Yes, chickpeas, Toad. I was saying, maybe at some point in the not so distant future, I shall make some hummus, and maybe bake some bread, to go with it. Making myself hungry here. It's just Also, Lil, I think that kids and chaos sometimes breeds creativity. Mustn't be curbed too much. Oh, look at that. Oh, they have added a little bit of comfort here too. For you. Hello, who are you? Can I boop your nose? Look at them. Oh, you're so tall. You wanted to try my gummy mushrooms? I can inform you that they were very good. Oh, oh yes, John, please. Sounds wonderful. Mm. John, surprise, surprise. I tend to be very hungry by the end of every single stream I do and every single social event, activity, or trial I lead. I'm always hungry at the end. And Amina, they are. I think I described them to you the other time when we were talking about fermented mushrooms and how I had them have a little tete-a-tete with maple syrup. Um, the, they did taste a little bit of licorice. And I will say that button mushrooms are perfect to start creating something sweet like that. So there is there's a sweet note to it, there's a salty note to it, and of course a little bit of the earthy hint of the mushroom that has been married to the smokiness of the maple, and it just turns the mushroom into something divine. I know. Amina, you can message me if we can in DMs. I can tell you how to do it. How to ferment mushrooms. um, it's not hard. It's very simple. Why is it simple? Because it's a process or something that our forebears, like 200 and 400 and even more years ago, used to conserve food. Fermentation and pickling things, that's something that you did when there was no refrigerator, because things would just go bad. So it's a very old technique, something that many have rediscovered. Very great chefs have rediscovered it and utilize it a lot. I really love this, that they added such a cozy, comfortable stables for this wonderful elk. That is so sweet. Looks so comfortable, and they have water, I think, here, or at least something. And the laundry is out, waiting to be stored back into the wonderful little house at some point. Carried, and I really like that they added the basket here so that you can think of them getting the laundry, putting it in the basket, and then returning inside. Very nice. You can use any kind of syrup. It does not have to be maple syrup. You can also use honey. The also I used for another batch that I made, I used ginger syrup, which adds a little bit of a spicy note to it. Yeah, see, and for pasta, I use the fermentation juices so when you ferment mushrooms, you will not only have mushrooms that have transformed into their next level, but you also have the juice that is produced during fermentation. And that juice I like to add to any kind of pasta sauce, because you then absolutely don't need any more salt, because it's lactofermentation, so you're using salt. And you have the earthiness of the mushrooms. It depends, of course, on what kind of mushroom you use. They have all different kinds of flavors, and thus the juice changes in taste. And you can also determine when you're done with the fermentation. You just have to taste. And when you add that to your pasta sauce, and you may have maybe button mushrooms or oyster mushrooms or something else, maybe porcini, it just elevates that dish to it can be very humble pasta dish, right? Nothing super special, but if you add a little dash of that, just elevates the dish, and it becomes something of a taste explosion. Yeah, I don't use cream at all. You don't need it because, I mean, you can, of course, use it. You don't need it for the sauces that I make because the starchiness from the pasta water, I like to use a little bit of that in the sauce, just emulsifies any kind of sauce enough, so I don't really need any kind of cream. But of course, cream is intense carrier of taste. Oh, and that is such a good cheese. Mm. um, no, it's fine. All distractions welcome. We're talking. This is what it's for. Having a good time. Ooh, look. Inside, of course. We'll go inside soon, but look. Oh, there's a bed inside. Look, everybody. It's cozy and comfortable. And it's very nicely lit too. This is very nice. Very good idea. Also nice cobble. Really appreciate it. And also look how wonderfully lit this is. Oh, another painted stone here again. Wonderful. Nicely lit, and is from every angle I feel like you could take a screenshot and use it either as a wallpaper or a screensaver. Yes, you start to wonder who lives there. So the ad name is Devil's Master. Emina, tell me, what do you think? You wonder who is living here. I wonder as well. I mean, I know because Devil's Master said this is the main character's home. So the main character lives here in a beautifully designed abode. Oh, it looks very. Oh, I see Kenathi in there. Reese looking through people's windows. Don't tell anyone. Look there, Kenathi. Oh, more paintings inside. Now I'm very curious as to. Ooh, I think these books have gone awry a little bit. Floaty books outside, everyone. Oh no, maybe they have scooched out from inside. Little accident happened here, Devil's Master. No, you don't think the devil lives here, right? Okay. But maybe, I mean, it says Devil's Master, so maybe it's the master of the devil? Or the master of plural, multitudes of devils? Oh, right. They won independent books. All right, I understand. Sure. Floating away. It's all right, books, but please be careful. Also say hi to the trees. You used to be one. I love that. I mean, it's probably an accident. Like, sometimes you see these little things and you go like, oh, I'm probably not meant to be here, but you still notice. And then you giggle and wonder, is there a story there? Is something the matter? Do we know more about this? And sometimes you have designers on and they will say, well, uh, there is somewhat of a story, but that's not part of it. But I like it and I'm going to take it. I love it. Oh, nice. Also, I really like the idea to design the home in this way. Question is, can I even go in? Looks like the door. Oop, I went through the window. I'm very sorry. think the door is not interactable. So I was kind of locked out, but that's all right, Devil's Master. I found the window. I love it. I love this so much. Look at it. It's so sweet. Nice color choices here with the carpet. Ah, ESO Plus paintings. I really like adding a few of the figurines here and there. Adding bottles and livening up the place. Adding more flowers. Nice idea here too. They stand out on that wall very nicely. Yeah, like exactly. EHT glitch. Yeah, there are some glitches also in EHT I noticed a few times, and no, I did not swear at it. Yeah, sometimes there are these little snafus, but you know, I always think of the, maybe there's a little story there. Or sometimes, a specific piece of furnishing just has some designers design a way and they put things into the house that they want to decide what to do with, and they start building and building and building, and they don't use all of the furnishings they put in. Maybe, and then they are so in the zone, they forget about a few little things and they still remain. And, you know, someone like me stumbles across them and finds them really fun and loves them and is like, oh, look, there's little something here. What does it mean? Hmm. Oh, yes. Um, Jamina, I meandered about the whole thing about the window in the the Grand Sijic Villa, that throws light onto the floor inside the house, but it physically actually can't because behind that window is a wall, and that wall should not let through any kind of sunlight. But I said earlier, it's magic, maybe. I love this entree here. It's so nice. Nicely added, wonderful shelves here and nicely filled. Wonderful idea here. Adding also that wonderful tea kettle there. Talvani. Beautiful mirror, gloriously lit. And the fire crackling, apparently. Very nice little details here all around, and an assortment of different furnishings, all added in a way that they become something else, homogeneous and really elegant. Ooh. Bread, everybody! I'm a sucker for bread. I love all kinds of bread. Baguette, everybody! Or maybe it is ciabatta. I'm not entirely sure. Ree is happy about bread in a basket. Hmm. Yes. Yeah, it maybe the Ebenhard Chateau. Oh, also a little note. Lulu Zilander built a wonderful abode in the Alt Velothi Harbor House. That was, of course, Japanese inspired and very well done. And I was geeking out about the windows because they matched not only the outside but also the inside. And I also geeked out about the doors because they were just superb. And I know that some people will say, yeah, it's just an ordinary mundane thing, but you know me, some of you at least, um, I geek out about mundane things because some of them do not exist in ESO yet, right? We have been given a throne recently. Um, but I do geek out about them because we all use them every day in our lives and they exist, but they do not exist in ESO. And some of you designers are so wonderful because you simply go ahead and design them. And it can be something very simple, like, you know, um, a wonderful kitchen that actually has a microwave and an oven and a refrigerator. Or it can be, just simple, very simple things. And I'm very much geeking out about it. And so windows and doors. Yes, when they look functional and lived in, you can build any kind of house. You can furnish any kind of house, but does it look lived in? And Devil's Master has mentioned that this is the main character's home, the main character's abode, and is so apparently, hopefully, they do come here from time to time and indeed live here. And adding a basket full of bread and adding all these kinds of little amenities that we all need, and also thinking about giving the elk outside a stable and a cozy place for when it rains and stuff like that. It's simple and mundane, but necessary. And I really love that. Yeah, and yes, of course, maybe it is just magic. Mm. We shouldn't forget that the Elder Scrolls ESO is infused and seeped through with magic. Also, like the edition here with all the wonderful cooking ware and the sieve here, and this is an oven, I think, or a microwave. I think it's an oven. I really love the use also for the fireplace here. Just a wonderful idea. Really nice cobble also. Awesome also in there. I'm a sucker for Awesome. I love them so. Really nice that they added so much detail here. A few little pieces of adornment here and there. Hope you can all see that. It's very nice. Very sweet. Bit of flowers. Wonderful fruit platter. Bananas! Toad, there's bananas! I know I'm geeking out about bananas, but bananas! All the potassium, everybody, and blueberries. Yes, indeed, Shimina. Yeah, and shutters. And I showed also for the places of worship a wonderful Norwegian-inspired place where a little abode in the back. They also had windows that only were propped open because it was medieval inspired, right? And so to think about that and adding it in like that is such a smart idea and such a wonderful idea to that. You're here for bananas, Toad. I love it. Hmm. Also, Shimina, in some societies, you wouldn't want the glass there. So when you are, for instance, in Yucatan or in just really close to the equator, and in a region where glass might not be all that obtainable or relevant to you, then you use shutters. And in some of those places, when you are basically in the jungle, you only have shutters. Yeah, it would cause fires precisely, and is entirely useless in those areas, and that's why you have shutters instead, and they make all the sense in the world. Mm. Yeah, and you just prop them open, or you hook them, like you open and then you hook them, because sometimes it's very windy and stuff like that. So you secure them in some way. It's just something very much in tune with the places that we can visit around the world, or that some of you live in, or some of us have lived in and have some experience in that. Like when I lived in the south, you could kind of remove the window frame, because there it got really, really warm, and only during the night it would cool down, and you didn't want to keep out the cold, so you kind of took out the window. And during the colder seasons, you would have the window in, of course, but it's also a small window, so it's definitely something that I find really wonderful, when a designer can add a little bit of different cultural influences into their designs as well. And that was the Norwegian-inspired church was definitely one of those. Also, it was not just Norwegian, but medieval Norwegian inspired, and they nailed it. The structures, like when you think of these, they're very typical and unique, these churches, but they have a very distinct angle. Like yeah, I think all the ceilings and all of the roofs have a specific angle that they're angled at. And that designer nailed that precisely. It was very well done. Mm, no, I agree, Amena. Also, human beings are um, we like pleasure in all ways, all forms. So, perfect view. If you think of, um, I stayed a while in a jungle house, and if you are in the jungle and you're usually elevated a little bit, and you look outside, you you don't want to shut out so much, and of course you didn't have windows, and the yeah, just you invite in nature in a way, and looking out onto a sea of green into the jungle um is very special. And why would you want to shut that off? Yeah, exactly. Also, exactly right, Shimina. Precisely. But if you don't know anything about Norway, if you don't know anything about medieval design or architecture, it of course might not make sense. But for that designer nailed it, because they knew exactly the design, they knew exactly where the architecture is basically coming from, and they know the whys and hows. And so that that's why the angle stood out to me so much when I visited and saw it, because I was like, oh yeah, exactly the angle, exactly the way it should be, for all the right reasons. And it was in a still water retreat too, so the environment was precisely right for it. And in the smaller house, they actually added snow onto the roof. So it is really well done. If you've not seen it, it was in a showcase for April, Places of Worship. Um, all our fellow, I think a number of our streamers of the house folio have covered it. So you should be able to find it either on my Twitch, or I think Lil has definitely covered it. I think was Pontifical also there? I think a number of other streamers have shown it as well. Would really highly encourage you also to go visit yourself. I think it's open. But if you're not sure, you can also message the designer and ask, and go have a look. It's very nicely done. And so yeah, I was talking about why would you shut out a view, and how would you shut out a view? Because sometimes when it's very windy or a storm is raging, you kind of have to secure the house, right? So that's where the shutters come in, and that's why the trapdoor was such a nifty idea. I really love that. It was a wonderful touch there, and it made sense as well because we were very high up in the Hagwitz Hall at that point. And I think you saw that when I opened both of the trapdoors, you could see just how high we were. So it makes sense that you could shut that. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. And how close you can be to the mountains, I think, as well, right? Hmm. Yeah, yeah. Makes complete sense. You know, if you know about the location, if you know a little bit about the geography, it makes all the sense in the world. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And I'm sure that that's when we have to remind ourselves also to listen to those elderly who have um, seen rougher times, who have seen rougher winters, and just listen and not feel entitled and somehow superior. This life's experience that is telling you something there. No, it's oftentimes very um, clear and practical use. You must listen to the elderly. You have to listen to people who have such long life experience. They have a lot to tell you, and not just um, about building choices or choices in many aspects of life, but also um, it makes sense to listen to their stories from times past so that we don't forget specific things that happened and make sure that they may not happen ever again, for instance, or we learn to utilize old techniques like fermentation, for instance, to apply to our lives today, because fermentation and pickling things is also a very sustainable way to have good food on the table that tastes nice, but that doesn't have to be, imported from all over the world. You can elevate your local produce in this way by utilizing an ancient technique. And it's just listening to those older traditions. It doesn't mean that, you know, you're not moving on and utilizing technology and all the positive aspects that have brought us here where we are now. But marry the two. Take the best of the past and bring it into the future. And we can only do that by listening, by having a conversation, being open to old ideas. And this is, of course, also a conversation about philosophy, right? Because models, of thought and how we view the world, much of it is very old. Much of it has been here before. And I think it teaches those of us who are afflicted with a bit of hubris to be a little bit more humble. Also, what a wonderful job you have there. It's a hard job too, John. It's a difficult and hard job. Admirable job too. I really love the lighting here. It's so wonderful. Very subdued, very soft, and I really like it also because the wonderful textures in the furnishings that are used, particularly the woody features and also the masonry, just stands out all the more. And you see a little bit more edges and curves, and it just adds character to it. I really love that. Also really love that cobble here with the kitchen area. It's a bit of a modern touch too to it, and particular here with, of course, the oven. I think it's an oven. Maybe Devil's Master has to enlighten us whether this is an oven, but I kind of think it is. Just I really appreciate it. Also, the time that they must have taken. So I say the time they must have taken. Maybe they are a speed builder like you, John, and they built in a day. I don't know, but maybe they've taken a bit longer. And sometimes I know that designers take months to design something, and just seeing the detail that they added, the little bottles here and there, adding more of the little figurines, getting all the lighting right, filling the shelves. Wonderful, glorious. Oh, wonderful painting here. I do love sunflowers. I've spoken about them multiple times. They're the satellite dishes in our world that tell us every time where the sun is. If they can't find the sun, by the way, they will look at each other. Hello there, Sithis. Welcome, welcome to the stream. I mean, this is how I am. I always have to see positives. A hopeless optimist, if that makes sense to you. I just can't. I just can't. This is the me that you see here or hear here on stream is the me that walks through the world in the same way. And you know, I will say this: we live in an age where the news is always bad, and the bad news is good news in the sense that it sells. Whereas good news is bad news because it doesn't sell. Yet it happens also. And I would really love if people could find at least maybe once or twice per day something that is making them smile, something that is making them giggle, maybe something that makes them go, "Oh, this is wonderful," or puts a smile on their face, and just, or maybe even better, they are the lucky ones to make other people smile. If you can achieve that, if you can do that just once a day, I think is a job done well. And just we forget that there's also so much positives outside. We don't always have to see the negatives. And it doesn't mean that the negatives don't exist. We live in a dual world. And we as human beings are also dual beings, you know? Duality exists every time. And we can acknowledge that two things can be true at the same time. Mm. You know, you say that you don't have control over what's happening, but every one of us kind of has, in small, on a smaller scale. And the decisions that you make, they matter. And small scale always has an impact on the larger scale. It might not be as visible, but it's definitely there. So I wouldn't, outright say, oh, what I do has no impact on it, or what can one single person do. And I'm not saying that, we have as a single person as much influence as a corporation, for instance. That is not so. But we still can make choices for us on our own level, and, be able to live with those choices happily and without regrets. I mean, I hope that maybe a little bit rubs off on you, and maybe you, when you enter someone's house now, you may stop and go, oh, look at this one. Hello, who you are? How are you, little one? And who are you? Oh, I love these little ones. Would you like to jump a little bit? No? Just looking for little things. Can I boop your nose? I can also give you a belly scratch. I love this music box. It's so wonderful. I said that already when we came here and we heard it and the wind chimes were there. It's such a very nice idea to add this music box and add wind chimes onto it. It is another layer. It's a wonderful idea. And again, here, look, they filled the wonder. Ooh. Not only did they fill the shelves, but look up there. Can I jump there? There, look. Ah, Kyle Grontit. Oh, I love that. See, then you're doing it already. It has, I see this is wonderful. I love it. I love it all. No, you can't control, of course, you can't control a war, John. Nobody says that you can. But you can make your own choices that do have an impact. And just the choice of giving care and taking care of elderly people, or who you are taking care of, that is an important choice and it has an impact. Mm. Yeah, again, um, I think it just, we must remember that it's an, I said it already, but human beings are dual in nature, and we can choose to do very good, or we can choose to do very bad, and sometimes things in between. And if we can find it in ourselves to be the best versions of ourselves on a daily basis and make people smile, again, it's a job well done. And that is a small thing, sometimes even a minute, um, tiny little thing, but it is a thing that helps someone, maybe when they have a very bad day and you manage to make them smile. That's what could be better. So no, I think is a wonderful thing to do that, and a wonderful idea to utilize. And I think it's something that we can carry around, and it can spread to others. And maybe it's inspiring to others too. Maybe You made somebody laugh, John, and maybe they think, you know what? That made me feel so good. Maybe I will make someone else laugh too. And this, it has a ripple effect. So don't ever think any of your actions are small. Maybe they are right there in the moment, but they can have ripple effects. They can change someone's life. And this is not pretentious or, some kind of vision of grandeur. It's not. It's just sometimes that smile you put on somebody's face is exactly what they needed. Welcome back, Lil. Have you managed to herd the kids and wrangle them in? Mm. I really love this here. It's so wonderful. Nice couple, very cozy and comfortable chaiselong. Well, not exactly chaiselong, but sort of. All the cushions, so colorful. And I mean, what a wonderful view outside, too. Very nice additions here with all the wonderful little details, everybody. Aha, very good. Did you read them to sleep, Lil? I did actually read two fairy tales in they're in German though, so might not be for your kids, but um also one of them was scary enough that one of that one story needed to be paused. I did a witch too well. Um, I'm happy that you've managed to get your kids to sleep and they're happily asleep too. Ah, very good. Yeah, it's a good ritual too. It's a wonderful ritual. And reading. I love that they are reading, Lil. This is so wonderful because it just helps with the vocabulary and the imagination, and it just adds so much to their lives. Oh, I love that. I love hearing that. Oh, I'm so sorry, John, that there are so many people in negativity around you. Mm, mm. um, right. Oh dear. Yeah, sometimes, that's a very dark kind of humor, but particularly, if things like that can't be helped. Like I know a few ladies of a certain age who have pain in their hands from arthritis. So I understand that it hurts, it ails, it's not fun, and it's also not something that you can do much about, right? You can alleviate the pain and you can make it a little bit better, but it's not something that will go away. And so yeah, sometimes some people go into complaining and are in negative states, and it's very good that you manage to snap them out and make them laugh. And I will say our brains are hardwired to highlight negativity because of a survival instinct, right? So if you know what hurts, or if you know what is kind of bad, or could be potentially bad, you are more likely to survive. And you also have to tell it someone so that they too will survive. At least that's where it originates in the brain evolution for us. But this whole focusing on the negative in a world where I just explained that the news is full of bad news because it sells well, because it's sensational, because it's something we will look at, we are drawn to it because our brains want us to. It's, I think, very necessary that we try to limit ourselves to the necessary information that we need per day or per week, and then focus on something positive, particularly towards the evenings, because there's nothing worse than going to sleep with a lot of negativeness on your mind. Yeah, and even Emena, if it's just for an hour or just for a minute, I don't care. It's a minute that they're not sour faced. It's a minute that they snap out of the negativity. So it's really important. I really can't emphasize that enough. And it's a little thing. You know, sometimes you just smile at the bus driver and say, "Hi, hello, how are you doing?" And you mean it. You know, if it's just superficial and on the surface, right, okay, it can also serve a purpose. But I personally think that if you really mean it and they smile back at you and say, you know, actually not too bad, in a typical British way, you you can light someone up. Really like that cobble here. It's so nice to add. I think this is the single bed on put on its head. I really love the cobbles in this house. It's so nicely done, and also the color choices are so wonderful, so elegant. It's so comfortable. You could totally move in here. Look, everyone. Oh, look at the feet there. Oh, look at them. It's always free. Yes, it's always free to smile at someone. It's always it doesn't cost you a thing and it doesn't cost anybody else a thing. Yes, Amina. And I did jump onto this chaiselong or couch here, and same here. Wonderful cobble as well. Really great idea. Oh, it looks so cozy, everybody. Look. Oh, hello. What you doing up there, Fizzes? Oh, look. Seems like they also have a little cushion there. Oh, this is so sweet. Look, everybody. Isn't this wonderful? It's so beautiful. And maybe, oops, I'm very sorry. I'm climbing along on your couch, Devil's Master. Oh, also sewing kit here. Oh, and a little doll. We must tell Hayden someone is working on their doll as well. You want to squeeze the turban every time. Oh, little one. Did you hear that? Because I would boop your nose. You're so sweet. Such a beautiful color, too. Can I boop your nose? You can claw me. I have, I'm wearing heavy armor. And also Izabi here. Hello, darling. How you doing? You think so? Maybe it does, but at the same time, Fezes also looks so dignified. Oh, I do like when they do that, making biscuits. And many cats like to do that. I really love when they do that. Such a sweet, wonderful thing. Such glorious beings too. And they purr so nicely. Ah, squeaky noises. You know, um, maybe some dogs or cats would be going wild over those then. Oh, look, everybody. Also, nice idea with the painting choices here, adding them to the wonderful layer-win walls here. I really love that. So elegant. And I do love that bear. It's so cute. There. Aww. Yeah, I know. Ree has a thing for bears. They're so sweet. Oh, you were saying something to read, and this is the book about mushrooms, everybody. We were talking about mushrooms earlier. Here we are again. That's all right. So I was saying that squeaky toys, you know, maybe a few dogs and cats will go wild about that and have fun with them and play around. Oh, it's fun to have. I really love that couch. It's such a nice cobble. It's so elegant, so wonderful. And apparently, this person here is all into shroomies and likes to play games by the fireplace. Also, nice additions there. Up on the mantle. Seriously, your mom mailed you a squeaky toy? That's I love it. I love it so much. This is wonderful. Also, you know, a little bit of a mm, mm, a part of childhood that remains within, you know, this little childlike happiness about something very small. A toy like that is that's fabulous. Oh, so wonderful. I really like this. It's so wonderful. The entire build is so wonderful. And oh, aha! Scales of Shadow, everybody. What do you think about that? Hmm. Uh-huh. You know, I think we should all preserve a little bit of a childlike um happiness and joy as long as we can. Even, you know, we can't be serious all the time, I think. Must sometimes just remember what it felt like, for instance, to take your shoes off and run through a dewy meadow and enjoy the sensation of the slightly dewy grass tickling your feet and yelp out in happiness. Hmm. Yeah. So here again, more oh, more things filled. Oh, and that's too fast. Here we go. I really love this. This is so wonderfully done. Also nice choices with the paintings. The frames are so in concert in this one. I really love that they filled so much and that they added so much of tiny little pieces and wonderful additions here and there, lending so much character to the place. Also here. Down here, everybody. Oh, and up there. I mean, of course, the constellation piece is hovering there. I was thinking maybe there's something more. Sometimes designers do that. Ooh, this is the bedroom. We saw Kenathi from outside already, so this is 2 tapestries. Oh, look at that bed. Also nice cobble here. Looks very comfortable and very cozy. Oh, look, everybody. More books. More books. More things to read. Very nicely filled all those shelves. Beautiful choices also for the paintings. Aha! Sometimes books serve as a little candle holder. Oh, this is a wonderful candle as well. Set to a very nice orange light. Ah, Hamiyasmura. Wonderful. Really nice choices here. Oh, can I jump on the bed? I'm jumping on. Oh, there's teddies, everybody. A little bit of incense going on. Little companions to go to sleep with. If you're all alone, that is. Oh, just look at all the detail, everybody. It's a 700 slot home. There's a lot of wonderful trees outside already, and a lot of vine work going on. And this is wonderfully designed, this home. Yeah, and what a nice play. Because the devil is in the details, of course. This is so wonderful. I really love this. What a wonderful idea. And so homogeneous, right? You can totally see someone, you know, living here, enjoying a wonderful time. And I really love that this way of introducing windows is so open. It really reminds me of the jungle house that I stayed at for a while. It's just so wonderful. Oh, also nice details here. Elegant lighting. Wonderful ESO plus painting here. Staying so much in theme with this. This is so wonderful. Oh, I do approve of that up here. Blue is a wonderful color. Wonderful steaming hot bathtub. And a little bit of, well, tiny towels to dry yourself off. So wonderful. So nice and elegant. Really, really cozy. And they did mention cozy and warm cottage for the main character. That is me. It definitely is cozy and warm and so comfortable. Really, really beautiful. Oh, Devil's Master, it's beautiful. Have to do some jumpy business to see. Very nice color choices. adding a little bit extra here. Just, wonderful. Ooh, and a study. Look, everybody, it's a study. Ooh, a little bit more ominousness going on here. Oh, a guide to Dwemer megastructures, everybody. A wonderful map here. Glorious lamp. Vampiric lamps, I think. Aww. Sharp has written a message here. Very nice detail. Nice clutter here on the desk. Very, very beautiful. Amber has written as well. And more books here on the shelf. I'm sorry, I have to jump on this. Oh, look at this. This is a book to your taste, I think. Nice figurines here. I thought I saw this particular book in its particular look from down here already. Wonderful. And all the others have written letters as well. Wonderful. More wonderful chimes. It's a devil's book, you know? Actually, so devil, some of you probably are familiar. It's a very religiously loaded word. But another word, of course, is Satan, which means advocate. So can also be translated as, in a modern sense, lawyer. So doesn't necessarily have to be something dark, or maybe, in my opinion, is at least not. And the one who asks questions, the one who inquires and wants to know, the one who will test you, will test your theories, and will make you think. Yeah, or in this case, it's semantics. Is more of a semantic question, really, because the meaning has shifted, but the original meaning is not a negative one. Oh, is it Remora? Oh dear. But you know, sometimes I think they're just similar to dragons and other beings, just very misunderstood creatures. Oh, a nice one. Well, see. Another culture. There is not light without darkness, indeed. So that is why we are back again at duality, right? The one cannot be without the other. Yeah, you do. I've spoken about this before, but if you are ever in the vicinity of Kutna Hora, or if you go to Prague, and it's just an hour's train ride away from Prague, go to Kutna Hora and visit the Radek. It's an old silver mine. It is the silver mine that used to supply the mints in many of medieval Europe for a long, long period, which is why Kutna Hora was more important than Prague, even though it is technically smaller. When you go in, You should make sure you're not claustrophobic or you have a heart condition or anything, because there are parts of the mine that are very narrow and very low. And when you are on a tour there, they will turn off the light, so you can experience perfect darkness and appreciate just one little light. Yes, of course, I understand. Absolutely. Maybe it is the Devil's Master's book. I keep wondering what the S is at the ad name, because it can be a plural, right? So devils in the sense of multiple devils, or it could be, a genitive. So the master of the devil, and also it can be a plural and a genitive at the same time. So the master of multiple devils. So it's I have questions. And yeah, in that sense, it makes complete sense. Amina, absolutely makes sense. I just don't see devil in the sense, in a negative sense. I always see that in a positive sense, because it's the one that asks questions and inquires. Yeah, it's a bit mysterious. Maybe that is also by design. Maybe it is supposed to be a bit mysterious. I really like this study and how the path in the house meanders around and it snakes a little bit. You enter and the entree leads you directly into the kitchen, and then you take a few steps and you are turning into what looks to be the living room. Very cozy living room. And off the living room, you have two doors that one leads into the coziest bedroom ever, and then we are here in a wonderful study, all nicely cluttered, filled with lots and lots of detail. Wonderful chimes here. Maybe there is a little bit of a darker element, but it's so light at the same time. And I keep on saying that necromancy is also recycling. Yeah, but that is a very Christian interpretation, Shemina. Hello there, Dreadfather Sithis. Welcome, welcome. Yes, yes, makes complete sense, Amina. Hmm, very good. I love it. Wonderful that you return. Hmm. Mm. Aha. Of course. I hope you're cozy there, Dred. Nice and comfortable. All tucked in. Maybe you have a little treat there still. A nice cold drink of water, hopefully. Um, I always thought that this weird, to me it is at least weird, interpretation that an advocate who ultimately fulfills a purpose that is in that they are tasked with by a deity must by default be, the bad person or the villain in the story. I think it's a truth seeker. It's someone who wants to get to the bottom of the task at hand. And I think the truth doesn't have to be sought out in a negative way, like in opposing teams, if you will. So for me, this interpretation of Lucifer, the Satan. Satan, by the way, is a title, is a job title, it's not a name. And Lucifer means light bringer. Is not a negative at all. The interpretation that this entity is an embodiment of evil speaks, in my opinion, to the whole interpretation of Christianity itself, because there, the locus of identity that is responsible for good or bad deeds is exterior to the person. They can always point to, oh, the Satan, the devil made me do this. Oh, I did this good deed because a good, nice deity told me to, or led me to. But it's not ever like that, because the exterior identity and the exteriorness of these actions, they're still your actions as the human being, which brings me back to this human beings being dual and always having the choice whether you want to do something good or bad is not an exterior force, it's within you, and you make the choice. And this is why you should be held responsible and not some exterior force. And these exterior forces they're superficial, they don't exist. Right? So why has this happened? Because, very simple, you can control human beings like that, very easy. You tell them, don't do bad things, because then you end up as this hated creature that dare to ask questions, that dare to inquire about truth. So questions, very bad, right? Doubt is very bad. So if you follow along our path that we have laid out before you, you will end up in paradise. And it's all also so focused on everything afterlife that you forget that you're alive right here, right now, and not in some distant future after you've passed away, by the way. So I just, the whole concept to me is so, I don't understand it. I mean, I understand it, but I can't see its use other than control, other than power. And this went completely off on a tangent here, everybody. I'm very sorry. Oh, and Shimina, I just read what you messaged there. I'm so sorry you had to endure Catholic school. I'm sure that was probably rather difficult. I potentially, I will say I have very strong opinions about the Catholic Church, and they're not positive. It's just, it begins with this whole concept of why infants need baptism. Is something that I will never understand, because what could an infant have possibly done to have to be forgiven for something? They were just born. It's not their choice. Why? I don't understand. Just it always throws me. love it, Jimina. I mean, we are neighbors, right? So maybe distant neighbors, and this is what I mean by sometimes we need to find ways in which we can connect to one another, and the only way we can do this is by having a conversation and listening. And I know I'm doing all the talking right now, but you are talking back to me in chat, and I'm so thankful you are. It's it just adds so much to it just adds so much to the stream. It adds so much to the experience. I hope for all, not just me. Yeah, Catholic school. Oh, that must have been rotten. Of course, for all. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad, Lil. It just adds so much more to it. It's wonderful to have a conversation and sometimes just go on a tangent. And it's the tangent that we are on is because we are in Devil's Master's home that is intended for their main character. And we found this. Wait a minute. We found this. I'm so sorry. I'm jumping around on your furnishings. We found this wonderful book here that instantly made me think of Sithis. Um, so, um, and about, duality, that human beings are dual in nature. And then we kind of wound up where philosophy, has turned into belief. Sometimes, Lil, a good rant is needed and necessary, and you sometimes have to have an outlet. So rant away, and you can rant on everything. Also, use DMs. It's fine. Rant away. Right. Uh, Very well, John. Thank you so much for joining, and also thank you for the wonderful conversation we've had. I do look forward to you. Also, don't be shy. DM me, and I hope you feel welcome in the house folio and can stretch and find a wonderful community there as well. I mean, some of you have to get up early tomorrow. I mean, I do get up early as well, but for a little run, and then I come home and go back to sleep. See you soon. Thank you so much for joining. Also, watch the space. There shall be more. This is only episode 2, of course, and I'm quite certain I will do way more episodes than just 2. I have so many wonderful houses on my nifty little list I'm so excited about. And I really love that they added more to this wonderful bookshelf. I mean, it already has a number of books in it, but I really appreciate that they added more here. And not just books. I really appreciate that. Oh, the 5 points of the star. We were talking about belief just now. I really appreciate it. It's very nice. Also adding so much there. Oh, and look, Lil. We both know it's a chocolate box in some houses. Oh, hello there, Hikata. Good evening. How are you doing? So wonderful to see you here. Thank you so much for stopping by. I love it all. Look, to us it's a chocolate box, but everybody else knows it's a game, of course. In some places, I really love that. A reframe there. From time to time, we have to think about it. And look at all the little details they added into the bookshelf. It's so wonderful. Hikata, I'm in the second house, by the way. I'm good. I'm wonderful. How are you? Have you made some tea? Have you relaxed a little bit? Have the wonderful two felines taken hold of you again, purring away? I know it. I just told everybody that you have two kittens, but I can't help it. They're so sweet. Everybody, sometimes one of you cats, beautiful cats, decides to say hi into the microphone, and it's so sweet when they purr away. They go. It's very, very sweet. And there she was jumping. Just look, everybody. It's so nice. Taking the time to add all the books and the games and the things and everything. It's just, I really appreciate that a lot. Yeah, Lillian does say hi a lot. I love that. You haven't had tea in a week. What happened? Is it too hot for tea? Can't be too hot for tea, can it? Ah, so beautiful here. Oh, more art over here. Oh, was Abner Thorn just recently in the store? Oh dear, the sauna in your apartment. Oh mon Dieu. That sounds like you need an ice bath or something. How warm is it? I mean, outside. Oh, ooh. We have seen outside also some of the crafting stations, and apparently here we have the others. It's wonderful. Little enchanting station and more shelves nicely furnished. Oh, can I jump up? Look, look. Wonderful details here. I really love that. I really love that they added so much detail there, and all the wonderful details also corresponding to the alchemy station here. Look, there's mortar and pestle. A few little ingredients. Let's just say it like that. Wonderful little figurine up there. Sacre bleu. Lil. It kind of did slip out. I'm sorry. It's really hot. It's really hot is a very good temperature. Or not. Depends on how you handle heat. I can send you later in a DM a recipe for a nice summer tea that you can drink cold. That's a little bit more refreshing, maybe. I really love this. This is so wonderful. Also like the addition here with the little herb rack. I'll happily send it to you. It's very simple. You can't go wrong with it. Look, everybody, also nice painting here again. ESO plus, very good. It's really simple. If you like mint. If you don't like mint, it's not for you. So I do this in summer or whenever it gets very hot. I get some lemons from the market or from wherever, and fresh mint. And then I just go ahead and add the mint into a big, colander thingy, whatever. Maybe you have a nice kettle that you can add it to. And then I squeeze in one or two lemons, like the juice of them. You can also use lime if that's more to your preference. All right, Toad. Have a wonderful night. Sleep tight. Have wonderful dreams and a good day tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining. Just, I have I only call it tea because it's a universal term, but technically it's just an infusion. Is that all right to call it that? Because the only thing that you really do is you just add the freshly squeezed lemon juice or lime juice to the mint, and then you brew it with hot water. Let it steep a little bit and remove the mint, or leave it in. That's your choice. And wait. And you serve it with ice. And that really is very refreshing because of the mint, of course, and you can add other things in too. It's a very simple thing to do. As a bribe, well, okay. You don't have to bribe me. I do like tea though, so do send away. They won't. Oh, very good, Dread. I'm glad. I'm really glad. Is you know, there are multitudes of infusions that you can make, and also you can if you like me and you like ginger, you can also get fresh ginger root and grate in a little bit of ginger. With that, you would have to be a little bit more careful if you're a bit more sensitive to spices, because fresh ginger root tends to be rather spicy. And it's it can give you a little bit more of a kick. So I would suggest going with lemon and or lime and mint. Also, there are so many different types of mint. Just test them all, not at the same time, but test them all, and find the one that you like best. There are wonderful varieties out there. Would go ahead and just try a few things, and it's something you can just brew and then forget about it, kind of. Put it in the fridge, and just pull it out whenever you want to, and enjoy a wonderful cup. It's very refreshing. Also works with oranges. If you don't find lemon and lime interesting, you can also use oranges. Just adding a little bit of a fruity acidity to it just helps balance out the mint a little bit. This is such a wonderful home. I really love it. It's so wonderfully done, so elegant and so nicely cobbled. And I'm not sure why I can't go through the door, but I managed to jump through the window. Can I jump out? Oh no, I'm stuck here. I must stay. Apparently I can't jump out. That's very... Oh, I can. Haha. So, I hope they don't have a burglar alarm, and if they do, it doesn't work. I mean, it may work, but nobody's come. It's wonderful here. The Mega Mint tea. Oh, Dread, I love that. It's wonderful. I mean, there is a lemony type of mint that has already a very lemony flavor to it. Um, that one might do better with lime to tease out the mint a little bit. There are so many wonderful types. Maybe it also works. You have to tell me if it tastes nice, if you really do that. Look, look, everybody. Very, very, very. Mmm. All right. Oh, nice. I really love that. Then you definitely know what I'm talking about. It wouldn't make me go, it would make me go, it would make me go and purr a little bit because I like that one particularly. It's so wonderful. And it's so simple. There's nothing to it really, and it's something really easy to do. I really like that they have this little dock here, and you can see the house there nestled in. And I really like that they have added so many wonderful vines there, letting the house be all covered and maybe mm, hide a little bit within all the wonderful trees. We all know it's there, we all see it, but the trees kind of merge a little bit with the vines, just ever so slightly. Mm. All right, Hikaru, thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah, thank you so much also for rewatching. It's a rather um yes, I have made the same mistake once, Dread. Not that they look the same, but apparently, I was like, oh, I saw something pop up and was thinking instantly, oh, I'm not the only one this happened to. Right, Hikata. Of course, rewatching is always an option. There will always be a highlight, and I will always make clips of all the houses that I visited. For today is two already. Both red names. Yes, I know. I know what you mean. I think you are forgiven, I think. Also, sleep tight, Carter. Have a wonderful night and a good day tomorrow. And I shall have a look where we will go next. Ooh! Oh, happy times. Ree is already happy because she sees a name and is really, really glad. um, yes, forgiving is, you know, sometimes not that easy. I understand, Lil, but sleep tight again, Hika, to have a wonderful day again tomorrow. Mm. Right, so I was telling you that I was already really happy because I saw a name on my nifty little list here. That name is Loop. This is a frost vault chasm that we are going to visit. It has a title, Dwemer Loft, everybody. That is it. Um, I'm really excited. I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Hmm. Such a beautiful home, Devil's Master. Is so, so wonderful. Lil, I have already been, when I saw the name, right? Um, I don't know if you sometimes hear it, but when I hear sometimes a name and I then visit the house, sometimes you hear me clapping too because I actually clap because it's very nice. So yes, everybody, let me take you there to the Dwemer Loft. Oh, the Frostwald chasm, everybody. Maybe this will cool some of you down if you are experiencing a little bit of a heated evening. It was 27 degrees here today. Ooh. Oh, look, everybody. Oh, look. I think, also, oh, 400 slot plot, all 400 slots used. Oh, loop. I do like that plot so much. It's, 400 slots might not seem a lot, but I think the environment can give you already so much. Is a chasm all right? I used to meager language skills. This is very Chimina. Um, so in Spanish it would be lobo, but yeah, I really love this. This is so wonderful. The entire plot is so nice. Oh look. Oh look. Oh look. What am I looking? Oh look. Oh wow. Oh, I'm very excited now. Oh. Oh. Okay, I've said a lot of oohs now. This is exciting. Look, everybody. I have to have a little stroll on the top here. This piece. I keep saying that this piece always throws me off a little bit. What do you do with it? Apparently, you can do this with it. Really nice addition here. Hmm. Oh, I'm always struggling with this piece because I find it always a bit odd. What do you do with it? It has interesting light, right? And you can do something with it. And you had 4 years of lessons. Sure, but I think I understand what you mean, Shemina, but with all languages, and you were on point. Loop is wolf in French. In Spanish is lobo. Um, there. This is I find that always very interesting because it is such a different turn that these languages took in the Indo-European and Proto-Indo-European language family when it comes to specific words, and how some of those words have found their way into other words. And now she goes off on a tangent on linguistics. And I understand what you mean. When it's a long time ago, you can feel rusty, but the only way in which a language can be revived that you have studied before is by speaking it or by trying to utilize it in one way or the other. That can be listening to French news. or reading books in their original language, which could be French in this case, or English, or whatever other language is that you're trying to learn, or trying to revive, trying to rekindle, because technically it's all there still in your brain. You just have to reactivate it. I love what they did here. Oop. Now this, I've seen a path down there. Good night, Dread. Good night, Sithis. Sleep tight. Have wonderful dreams. Have a wonderful day tomorrow, and thank you so much for joining. And I'm going to have a look now downstairs. Oh, I love this so much. Oh, look. Oh, look. Oh, I'm so thrilled by this. This is so wonderful. Oh, nice modern approach. Very elegant, sleek and clean. Uh-huh. Ooh, we were talking about the wolf. We were meandering about him, about a little wolf. And we were talking about signatures, right? I love that. I love that, really. It's wonderful. What a nice idea. So, so elegant. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow. In 400 slots, everybody. I shall remind you of that. It is in 400 slots. Oh my goodness. Gloriously lit. Very nice choices here, everybody. I really like the choices of furnishings that are used here and the way in which they are lit. I keep saying this over and over again. I really like it when the textures stand out a little bit more, when trees are more gnarly, when you see more crevices and scratches on specific surfaces, on floors, and all those things. Oh, so kind of good, because those languages are so, they're different, yes, but they are there are languages that are very much related. Not the same, yes, romance indeed, but they're not exactly the same, but you do see similarities, and you at least I see them all the time, and particularly with looking at the history of the languages and the history of Europe, and how the languages in Europe evolved and came to be, and how much each of the languages tends to influence some of them. And for me, it's something that is very obvious, and it's so much in your face. But yeah, pronunciation is, of course, very different, and there are vast differences, and you could say there's a chasm in some forms. I mean, Spanish tends to speak all consonants and all vowels, whereas French doesn't. So just a tiny difference there, but it's quite interesting. And also the evolution of the languages throughout time is it's really fascinating. Famously doesn't. Yeah, and then I really love how the languages have influenced other languages and how you can still tell, how you can even after many hundreds of years, you can still tell that specific parts are from specific people. And it's not just apparent from architecture and specific commodities that we have come to be very used to, um, but also just linguistics, like the words we use still to this day. It's I think that's very interesting and wonderful how um, the languages and the different cultures learned to communicate to one another. I think that one of the most famous examples for that is English. It has so many influences, and the different people that had to find ways in which to communicate to one another in throughout the ages is just formed English. And this is, of course, also true for other languages around uh, Europe and around the world, of course. It's really fascinating. And when you think that is all Proto Indo European, you see that there is such a connection, and there are just very slight shifts that happened throughout the centuries. I don't, I wouldn't say blame. I would say um, it's mm, an addition to the language. If you can say fantastique, you can also say fantastic. The words are cognate because they are, of course, remnants of the Normans, but not just the Normans. And it, the Norse have also had a great influence over Scotland and the northern regions of England. And then, of course, the Saxons had a very distinct influence there, and the Romans did. So lots and lots of influences. And then you, of course, can say, well, the Scottish, so Gaelic, um, and the Irish, right? They are somewhat brothers, also sister languages. And Scots itself, I think there's a famous song that a lot of people um, think is Scots, but it's not. Um, but the evolution of the language and the way in which Scots is located in time um, tells you why and how, because of the migration of the Norse Scandinavic Vikings that have inhabited the place. And I think I have meandered about this before, but due to the different groups of people inhabiting the British Isles at the same time, English lost inflections. And because it lost inflections, sentence structure had to evolve in very specific ways because if it hadn't, um, things would not make sense or the sentences wouldn't make sense. Because if you lose inflections, you can't determine um, what sentences could mean, if that makes sense. Because our inflections, for instance, in other languages, German is one of the most inflective language of them all. Um, you know which case which word is in because of the inflection. So it doesn't matter where it is basically in the sentence all that much because of the ending, because of the inflection. And you still can make sense of the sentence even if it's all jumbled, so long as they keep the accurate inflections and endings. But if you don't have them, because for simplicity's sake and for the ability to communicate to one another and to make the language more simple so that all the different groups of people could have coherent understanding, you must come up with syntax, with a structure that helps then make sense. I know, Lil. It's so odd. Why would they lose them? They have kept a few. So, for instance, the plural of oxen still exists in English today. So, some of the ancient Old English words still have them, but not all. The majority has just done away with them. Said adieu, goodbye, so long. Hmm. Yes, how dare they? I still don't understand. But I mean, they did it for the benefit, really. At the same time, how do you communicate to a bunch of Vikings if you are Norman? And in the midst of all, you have a bunch of, well, did they speak English at the time? I would say they spoke an English. Was it Middle English already? Um, that they spoke. Um, so, is you do have to find a way to communicate if you don't want to fight each other all the time. And the Normans certainly didn't want to do that. They also wanted to build. And without the Normans present in England, you'd not have a whole lot of castles there. At least not in the form that many of them are designed. It's the architecture that really stands out there. And of course, roads. Um, the Romans are to blame for that, she says in quotation marks, because yeah, it's really interesting how the different conquerors have left their mark and how much it still can be seen all over the place because the roads still exist. They're still there, still being used. It's just it's a fascinating thing for me. I really love this. Also, the entire entree here, when you come here, ooh, and you see an otherwise dismal, dark, icy chasm gently lit there, and you then discover this wonderful path down, and you go down, 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 and slowly light emerges, illuminating the wonderful wall right next to you, and you see the little wolf here glistening slightly, very nicely lit. So I really love those. It's very simple. Well, simple, she says, but it's not really simple. I really like the lighting here. It's very nicely done. Great use for furnishings here. Very, very smart. Also really like how the stairs float into the floor here and how it is clearly distinguishable that it's different parts of the house by this wonderful little doormat, maybe. And then you find wonderful, elegant carpet here and a glorious study and a wonderful, magnificent, modern um, chimney and a glorious Wonderful library. Really like the use here. The furnishings are so smartly used. So elegant, and what a good choice with all the colors. We are in a wonderful color palette. If you can see this, there are a few things that do reprise already. Very clear and very clean, really sleek, very nice edges everywhere. Very great cobble here. I really appreciate this. This is wonderful. And a magnificent view, of course, everybody, out into the chasm. Yeah, elegant and um fantastic even, you know. And the color choices are very nice and so distinct, and it's very, very modern. Very high ceiling, nice play with, you know, dark and a few pops of color there to make things stand out. And the color choices, you know, also for the um, bookshelves, of course, is a bit on the darker side, but it very much feeds into the rest of the darker color choices here in this palette, and is of course more elegance, you know. In I always think of when I see this particular color in the bookshelves, the darker chestnutty style, I always think of older libraries, very expensive ones, particularly a law library in a specific university that I studied at. Um, is very posh, is very elegant, is very high standards, and you know they have to be oiled and cleaned and kept up a lot. Really appreciate this choice, and then adding in a few gold specks with a bit of green to it. It's a nice color choice. And then of course gold reprises and shimmers away with the lighting in particular. It's a very nice idea. It's very pretty. Gold and green reprising here and there. Aha. More letters, everybody. And the vampiric style, you know, or this particular color scheme is also, I would say, very eclectic in a way. So very modern approach, but utilizing ordinary furnishings, everybody. Super clean. Hmm. Yeah, I understand. I understand, Shamina. Is it, yeah, I understand what you mean. Though, again, it very much reminds me of a law library. Um, very nice library, I will say that. And this is or has been, of course, connected to wealth, right? This color scheme and the wood that's being used for this particular type of furnishing or bookshelf is rather expensive. I understand that very much. The carving, yeah, you know, sometimes try to think of how you can incorporate a bookshelf like it, but maybe you can hide the you know, the carved parts a little bit, make them disappear or not stand out as much. Hmm. Hmm. I've also seen people just turn them around and use them as a wall instead of a bookshelf. because of the wood being so nice. It's just fabulous. And yeah, it reminds me also the vampiric style. I mean, this is Eleanor, of course, but the vampiric style always, it has the same polished dark wood carved and spiky theme going on, and I always associate that a little bit with eclectic and higher ups, higher echelons classes. Um, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm the only one to associate it in that way, but it's what. Yeah, posh. Still so glorious. What a fantastic idea too. And here, oh, wonderful couch. Oh, this is a wonderful chaiselong. Technically not a chaiselong if you go by original definition, but that's very nice. Oh, I love that. And we are back with gold standing out against a darker background. Such a glorious idea. Wonderful. And such a comfortable looking, very modern couch that we have here. The wonderful coffee table with it. Oh, Loop. Yeah, tree slightly swaying. We did talk about swaying trees earlier and how some of the behavior is just so wonderful, so elegant. It's very soft and very light, not all that distinguishable, but it is there, right? In harmony, exactly, with the floating bed in the background, which of course is also both magical and modern in approach. But I will say that I really appreciate the lighting here again. It's so wonderful. I really also appreciate this use of this is a wood this is a floor piece. I also have used it as a wall piece because just because it says floor doesn't mean it has to be that. Why not use it as a piece of art on a wall standing out like this, lending elegance and opulence to a place? I love the druidic little cushions here. In color palette, very nice, very sweet. Mm, wonderful candles here. Also nice addition with a little figurine. Great positioning with the candles there. That's very nice. Very sweet. I love that little wordplay there, Lil. Ah, uh, mm. So really nice idea to utilize swaying trees as a slight partition, also staggering away here, obscuring the view from this part, but no, not entirely, just ever so slightly. You can still make out there's a hovering bed there, floating gently away. Oh, so elegant. So beautiful. Oh, ooh, also very nice idea here with this particular cobble to create a headpiece for the bed so that the bed can float away and at the same time not float away. Very elegant. Also, I'm going to jump around on your bed. I'm so sorry, Loop. wonderful choices here with the lamps. Not sure if both are supposed to be like one is turned up, the other one is turned down. Maybe that is a choice. I'll leave it like that. And again here, the same idea, very nice and elegant cobble to create a wardrobe like this. Nice modern approach, really elegant. Really, really magnificent. Oh, and I have a feeling there's going to be a bathroom, everybody. You know how excited I get about bathrooms. And what a view! Can you imagine? You sleep here, and then you gently wake from your slumber, looking out into a magnificent, glorious chasm, all cozy and warm. And outside, a slight, chilly wind may whiffed past. The icicles shiver slightly, sending a little bit of a song throughout the chasm. It might echo a little bit because it's a chasm. And you look out and feel warm and comfortable and cozy in an otherwise rather cold and dreary place. I love this. It's wonderful. So here, I'm imagining to sit on this wonderful couch. I'm so sorry, I'm jumping around all your furnishings. Um, is the glorious view, edgy, dark, cavey. And again, we are back to duality, light and dark, shadow, light. You know, shadows are only created when light is there, and the dark is there too. You do appreciate it so much more. Oh, oh, this is so glorious. And then of course, as I ooh, nice. That's a nice cobble. Everybody, what a nice jacuzzi. I'm saying jacuzzi. Maybe it's not a jacuzzi, but it sure looks like it. Oh, so elegant. So clean, so beautiful. Hmm, can definitely see someone slipping in here, relaxing. Such an elegant, glorious place. Think of just slipping in here, lying down, looking up at the ceiling, relaxing, letting all your woes drop off you. Soft and gentle murmurs away the little waterfall behind us, the little fountain gurgling away. And we look out into the chasm once more. Really love the shimmering here. The lighting is really superb. So elegant, very precise, really, really clean. What a brilliant job, Ploop. And this a Dwemer loft, everybody. And some of you know, lofts are you technically don't always have doors. Oh, I wonder what lies behind this door. But I will have a look first here. Oh, oh, nice. Also, nice idea to change the floor ever so slightly. And of course, we have seen this from the start. I love that idea to distinguish a place when it's a loft, particularly in this way. Oh, nice decoration here on the wall, making it stand out a little bit. Very elegant. And we see, of course, a kitchen space and an entree here. Oh, nice idea. Nice idea to utilize this in this way. This is perfect. Everybody, you can hang your coats here. There are even hangers. Can you see this? There are hangers up here. Made from, I don't know, can I get closer? No, this might be too close. But there are hangers here. Oh, here. I think now you should be able to see it nicely. Made from keys. Oh, this is a wonderful, nice little detail. And to take that time and go ahead and create something like this, not just, an entree where you can get rid of your shoes and your backpack, nice addition here as well to add it here, but that they added in hangers where people can leave their coats. Beautiful. Also nice addition here with the painting. Very nice and color theme in the color palette. So really elegant to add more wardrobes here. Such smart idea. Very, very elegant. So clean. Ah, wonderful little music box here. Out into the chasm we look. Here into the dark. Pulsating away. Nice symmetry also going on here. Oh. This is truly magnificent. Really, really appreciate that. And then of course we are here in the kitchen. And it's a modern kitchen, everybody. Beautiful, clean, modern kitchen with a very elegant table to sit around and maybe have dinner. Probably this is the refrigerator and the freezer. And we do have, oh, I love this, look. I'm so happy about this. Faucets, everybody. A sink. Ah, oh, this is wonderful. I do appreciate this is such a nice couple as well. And of course, oh, glorious. Oh, this is a glorious idea to utilize this particular candle in this way for the stove and the kettle's on. And there's, of course, also an oven. Oh, I love this. Mundane things, I know I keep meandering about them, but mundane things, and they matter. We have them all, we use them all. We are very used to them too. And it's just a grand thing to have them. And of course, this little piece here, I love that too. Just for when the cooking gets a bit too heated, you must have some kind of ventilation, of course. Wonderful idea. And many kitchens, of course, have that. This is truly um, wonderful that Loop thought of that, adding it in. Really, really elegant. So wonderful and so glorious. What a wonderful kitchen and entree and Ah, so, so beautiful. What makes you think that? You know, shot in the dark. Um, there are a number of architects that I find very interesting. They have done interesting things with architecture and kind of bent possibilities and the you know, what can you use, what kind of materials can you use, and how far can you take it with them. I'm personally not such a big fan of skyscrapers, I will say that. To me, um, the majority of them, um, I mean, they fulfill purposes, right? And in some places of the world, they make perfect sense for all the right reasons. But very cold, um, I wouldn't say not just very cold, but to me, they are um, a little bit brutalistic. Um, and I know this is an unkind attribute here that I'm using, and it's not meant as a negative or a slight in any way, um, because I do appreciate very clean and sleek architecture too. But when it comes to skyscrapers, it is building a lot of room for people to live or work, um, not utilizing a lot of space, as in you're not utilizing um, room around. You're just going into the air, basically. And this idea is, how many people live in one of those buildings, uh, in one of those building blocks. And if you've ever been to Tokyo or to Yokohama, some of these apartments are not very big to begin with. And not that I'm saying we must needs have like a really large apartment or something. Nobody needs a ballroom at in their home maybe, but um, the limited space in some places of the world, of course, limits the people to the necessities in life and leads them also to utilitarianism in the way that they minimize and have only those things that are absolutely necessary for them. And I don't know if, mm, there are positives to that, a lot of positives, but there's also this idea of human beings not technically be beings that can live over a prolonged time in, a shoe carton. I would feel very claustrophobic in those. And I'm not a claustrophobic person at all and not very tall. So is I would probably be very well fitted to these apartments, but it's just I understand the necessity behind it. I understand that in some places of the world there's a need for it. But I personally find skyscrapers a little bit phallic and a little bit of I'm not sure. They sometimes just lack a character. Not so this one, because to me, Loop hasn't built a skyscraper or something that is bereft of character, because this does definitely have it, and is when I think loft, that is exactly what it is, because the rooms and the utilitarianism of them, they float into one another, right? So there is elegance and clean structures and clean spaces to be seen, but at the same time, this isn't, you know, um, bereft of beauty, of elegance, and of really great color choices, I would say. Mm. 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 No, it's absolutely not cold at all. I would agree. Yes, of course, Lil. There's always a riot against the patriarchy, and I think it's a very much needed. No, no, you're not too excited over it at all, because we were just meandering about the um, phallic nature of skyscrapers, and that in specific places that I was saying, in specific places, there's a need to create a lot of um, housing spaces for many, many people without using too much real estate, if that makes sense. And I've referred to the brutalistic structure and the brutalistic style in which some of the skyscrapers were built, what feels like a long, long time ago. Um, and again, the necessity there makes sense. But, and Shimina was pointing that out, and I think it's correct to assess that in this way. And if you look at who the architects are that built, very large skyscrapers, is revealing, I would say, in multiple ways. And I personally think that um, living space is not just something that fulfills utility, like you have a bed, you have a roof over your head, you have a kitchen, you have a bathroom, maybe. Mm, all those things are commodities and amenities that we all need in one way or the other. But a living space is a space that you inhabit, that you as a person make your own, and that reflects a part of yourself. And it does so by you living there. And it becomes filled with parts of yourself even when you move out. Um, and I think that mm, this cannot be achieved all that much in very tiny spaces. Um, and I refer to Yokohama and Tokyo, for instance, or you could also refer to Hong Kong, where you have a lot of people on very small real estate that live in very large skyscrapers. But there it's a necessity, right? And then of course you have um, unnecessarily built skyscrapers in places where it's not really necessary. Um, Abu Dhabi comes to mind, for instance, um, or parts of New York. So I think that there is certainly something there that skyscrapers and the architects of them, um, maybe not all of them had phallic structures in mind, but it's definitely something that springs forth, and they certainly erect those in a specific way. So I think maybe at some point we are able to have affordable housing for everybody in a space where everybody can inhabit that space and make it their own without um, finding themselves in an overly cluttered space that doesn't leave any room to breathe. I just, hmm. Yeah, it's an interesting question, Shamina. That also interesting reaction to the Centre Pompidou. There are multiple buildings where I was a little bit flummoxed. Let's say it that way. And at the same time, I do like heights a lot. So a skyscraper, um, if I'm solely looking at it as a place where I can um, have a grand view from the topmost point of it, then of course some skyscrapers are very tantalizing. But just for that one aspect and nothing more. Mm. I mean, there is a little bit of elegance there too in straight lines, right? And in here, I would say it is not straight lines in a sense, but it's more like how do we open up you want to go downstairs here, and it shouldn't feel claustrophobic or like you're going through a tunnel. And thus, you kind of have to find a way in which you can alleviate that. I mean, you could probably also do away with this particular partition, but then I think that is also kind of necessary to separate this particular part and create an entree in which you can feel like, okay, I've just gone down a narrow staircase and is a little bit narrow and tight, and it feels like I'm hitting my elbows left and right when I walk down. And then you enter here, and all of a sudden there's a lot of space. So I think there is sometimes a lot of merit to utilize structures, and this could easily be the blueprint of, maybe not exactly blueprint, but it can be definitely serving as an idea to create an actual apartment. And there you would see structures like that similarly. And of course, they stand out also a little bit on the backdrop. So there is, mm, this one definitely isn't cold, isn't brutalistic, is the opposite, I would say. Seriously. And such a serious, imposing, interesting build. Ah, um, I did mention that I get excited about mundane things, right? Oh, oh my goodness, we have a very nice modern bathroom, everybody. Look. Oh, this is wonderful. Double sink. Very nice, very nice. Really elegant. Very nice faucets here again. Beautiful. I really love that. This is so wonderful. Mm. Nice, wonderful towels here waiting to be used. Glorious idea. I really love this. And what a glorious shower, everyone. Look. Oh, utilizing a sieve there. This is very nice. Oh, wonderful. Look. And again, and there's even a little drain here. Very nice. Very good thinking. I appreciate that. And the knobs there as well. So wonderful. Oh, this is glorious. Perfectly lit, very light, very elegant. Oh, double toiletry as well. So, so elegant, so, so sleek, and so clean. Beautiful. Aha! Toilet paper, everybody! Toilet paper. Gets excited about toilet paper. And I'm guessing this is to flush. We have a toilet, everybody! I love it. This is so fun. I know everybody, I get excited about these very mundane and small things, but this is so wonderful. I love it so much. And this is so, so elegant and so clean. And so, my goodness. I wonder how long it took Loop to do this, to create them, to create this build. I will have to ask. I will have to ask all the questions. I will definitely have to ask all the questions and be curious. Oh, so beautiful. This is so wonderful, everybody. What great cobbles. It's so elegantly made and so modern. So, so clean. I cannot get over this use for of the candles here. This is so perfect. Hmm, beautiful. And a nice, wonderful shower you can take here. I'm in love. This is a wonderful bathroom. It's so elegant, Lil. I could totally see myself moving in here. My goodness. What a special place. This is so glorious, so elegant, really. Every single bit and every single part of it is. Wow. They've done such a marvelous job here. All within 400 slots too. I just want to point that out one more time. It's 400 slots only. It's not like this is a 700 slot home or so. It's a 400 slot home. And you do have to be really creative and to create something so elegant. This is really, really wonderful. So, so stunning. And staying within a wonderful color palette as well, and just adding so many wonderful amenities. And this is such a luxury apartment too, right? Wouldn't just call this Dwemer Loft. I would also maybe add luxury Dwemer Loft to it. Absolutely stunning. I'm thrilled. This is so beautiful. And you would not expect this. You would absolutely not expect this. You go down the stairs and you don't think of much, and then you're surprised, right? Just, and of course, when you enter, I'll have to go back to the actual entree. You enter here, and it looks like not much. Okay, it's the frost vault chasm, and then you see there's a whole world that resides below, that awaits you. And you have a few sneak peeks here, like I did before. And you could see and get a few glimpses, but just a few glimpses. What a magical place. Such a beautiful, magical place you've built here, Loop. I could meander about here forever and ever and not tire and still find things. Oh, could also see yourself just stretching out here on this wonderful rug in front of the wonderful chimney to warm yourself. Truly elegant. Everybody come visit. Bring your friends. Ask Loop first, of course, but do come. Meander about. Walk around. Really elegant. So sleek and so clean. Really perfect. Come bring your friends. Show them around. Have a conversation. Be at awe. Let Loop sweep you off your feet. Maybe onto a wonderful floating bed. And take you away to glorious, wonderful dreams. Talking of a dark, icy chasm filled with frost and singing icicles. No, a lot of space again. Yeah, yeah. Very good observation there. You have a lot of space, but it doesn't feel bereft, right? And we have had a conversation like this before where we were meandering about how difficult it is to fill a space that is very large. And we've been to two very large spaces already. The Moon Sugar Meadow is very large. And of course, Hackwird's High Hall is also very, very large. And filling and making sure that it doesn't look bereft or wanting of something. It takes imagination to build something that doesn't feel empty, bereft. And I will not get tired over this fact here. It's a tiny, this is two keys, everybody, I mean, four keys, but it's keys, everybody, utilized to be hangers that you would hang your coat onto. What a thought! What a wonderful thought. Just, I really appreciate this. This is so wonderful. What a beautiful home, Loop. What a glorious loft. What a glorious place. So magnificent. And I shall have a look where we will go next. Oh, so I'm seeing a name again, everybody. And I'm excited. Very innocent question. Yes, please. Innocent question, she says. Now I'm very curious. Oops, nothing. Now I'm curious. What were you going to ask? Hmm. You are right there, Lil. Hmm. This makes me giggle a little bit. No, I'm not laughing at you. You're good. Very good. Oh, I'm glad. You know, sometimes our thoughts take us elsewhere and we there is something there. No, that's all right. It's all right, darling. It's completely all right. Be always yourself, unequivocally, and always never apologize. Being yourself is so important. Never apologize for being yourself. And I giggled away there. I did mention that I was going to say, I was telling you where we are going next. And I think this one that we are going next to might be the last one for tonight. We have already, I can't believe you're all still with me. We are past 5 hours. Um, it's a wonderful slow walk that you are tagging along with me. And this name, I'm very excited about. This would incur clapping. Um, it's Kitsundag, and it's a mourner's keep. And honestly, I read this description, and I read it before the first episode. And when I read this, oh, I was so excited. I was making happy re noises without being on stream. I was clapping in my hands. I was very, very happy for so many reasons. And I was kind of giddy waiting until when can I see this house? Because I've of course not gone to any of the houses before, so I have no idea what they look like. Um, I have no idea what awaits us there, but it's a Kitsun Dark build. So some of you know that name and are familiar and will agree with me that um, is probably something that takes us to another world, that um, ignites our imagination, and that shows us this is a passionate soul, um, and someone that pours all their love into housing, into their builds. So it's the Mourner's Keep, and I shall read you the little note to it. This house is inspired by the Somerset Main quest line, and the creatures introduced by this story and location. Each sea sluard is unique. They can control the mind as Katora and open portals to other dimensions as Samaja. What if you live in an illusion created by a sea sluard? Well, everybody. I was seriously, I was making all kinds of happy re noises when I read this, and I was like, oh, this is so marvelous and so wonderful. I really love um, that this is inspired in this particular way. Um, and it's, I just love it. I'm so thrilled. Haha. Yeah, it's something that I find this always so fascinating when you. I mean, I have asked a couple of you what the inspiration is, and some of you have given me information. I'm going to go there with you now. Um, I'm so fascinated to learn about that because it just is amazing what you guys are capable of doing, what you guys are capable of creating. And the Monolith Keep is, of course, oh, oh, I'm so excited. It's such a dreary place, and we are greeted with lots of vines and I'm going to pan up a little bit. Ah. Oh, wonderful color choices already. I can see. How many finished houses I have? Um, um, Finished. I would say two. I'm not kidding, two. So, the twin arches, I think I have this also open. Mm, um, and a Monos, no, not a Monos Keep, the Hammer Death bungalow. And I'm currently working on my Hall of the Lunar Champion. It's under construction still. I'm still working on it. It's all three of them nowhere near anything really. So I'm not sure, I'm not sure if the others are finished either. So because I keep going there. Oh, and I have a gardener's house. See, I forget a few houses apparently. The gardener house I'm also still working on, and it's kind of a, you know, is it a work in progress? I'm not so sure because I'm rethinking a few things there, here and there in some of them, and then I do away with something that I put there, and then I add something instead. And with some of them, I keep adding things to them, like books, for instance, that I keep finding. So I'm not sure what you mean by finished. Apparently, I can't finish things, or well, that's not exactly true. I think the twin arches is somewhat finished. There might be a few little things that could be added. So not a whole lot, not even a handful, as you can see. Is The time I spent in housing is being so privileged looking at all your wonderful creations and standing here in awe, looking at the beauties that you're capable of designing and the wonderfulness that awaits beyond. Oh, look, everybody. Okay, I'm gonna go back one more time because this is so wonderful. I'm. It's such a choice to add the vines here so that the site is obscured a little bit so that you can have that particular wow effect slowly moving in. Oh, look, everybody. Oh, just look what wonderful color choices. And the dreariness of the Mourner's Keep has disappeared. It's not even here. We're not we're not in the Mourner's Keep, I think. Oh my goodness, I love this so much. Oh, this is so scenic. My goodness, I so love this build. This is so beautiful. Just look at all the detail, everybody, and shrooms. I know, I keep returning to the shrooms and their versatility and the way in which you can use them. This is also a 400 slot home, everybody. So not a whole lot of space to use and to utilize. And Kitsune Dark has given us a creation, an homage, an interpretation, and it is so perfect. Oh, these are such glorious choices, everybody. I cannot I have to repeat it over and over again, people. This is all choices, all glorious choices here. Perfect lighting, absolutely perfect lighting, glorious scenery, wonderful storytelling as well. Oh, nice cobble here, creating Samaja. Wonderful cobble, really, really elegant. Such a marvelous story that is being told here. Look, everybody, there's a hand reaching out. Ah, such marvelous creatures they are, the Sloads, right? Wonderful idea. Really elegant cobble and so brilliantly lit. We are, of course, in an abode in a story of a true master. This is I love it so. Such perfect illumination and so nicely done away with the dreary old Mourner's Keep. Not that I don't like Osama, I adore them, but mm, it's we are not there. This is an entirely different world, a world we all know, a world that we've traveled to, at least some of us have. Oh, I adore this so. This is so beautiful, so glorious. I'm so sorry. I'm climbing around and looking around in it. It's just, I'm so happy. It is so beautiful. And just the lighting on this glorious Samaja cobble is perfect, shimmering gloriously away, hand stretched out. Very good, Lil. I'm very proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I mean, it's just look. And I mean, up there, I'm not sure if you can see it from here, maybe there, but can you see there's the wonderful enchanted lights there? They, of course, give off a wonderful view up there, adding edginess to just a little piece of rocky surface there and turn the wonderful, glorious canopy also into a gentle, soft hue, adding more texture as well to the shrooms. And that's just one piece of lighting. Glorious, really, really glorious. Also, really love the shrooms up there. The addition of the tiny little non-combat pets there. More tentacles going on, of course. We see a lot more shrooms. I so love that. It's so elegant. What a beautiful story you're telling us here. Such a smart idea, adding the wonderful vines here and obscuring the view and doing away with almost all orcishness. I mean, we do see still the original entree, the door, of course, but besides that, everything else has changed, has transformed, has become a different place. This is such a drastic, enormous change. And the majority of the house, or a part of the house, has entirely been blocked off. There's a staircase that leads up here slightly. And of course, the house has two stories, and the upstairs is entirely, and the entire house is completely gone, really. And we only see the story being told here. Some of you have partaken in a little splishy splash event that I did during the last event in ESO. It involved geysers in Somerset. Oh, I'm so intrigued. This is so beautiful. Oh, look, everybody. Wonderful little houses here. This is so, so wonderful. What elegance. And I really love the addition of the soft and gentle shrubberies becoming vines, and just it's so, so beautiful. And there's, of course, a little bit of smoke coming from the chimney here. Beautiful idea. And then we do see the imposing structures here of a humongous castle. Oh dear, look, everybody. Oh, this is so tiny. Wonderful fountain there, softly illuminated. Oh my goodness, I wonder how long this took them. How much time did it take? How much swearing was involved? How much jubilation happened when everything snapped into place? Oh, the lighting is so good, and the swaying motions there of the trees just so adds to this, livens up and brightens up the place. Ooh, it's a nice addition here with the figurines. Oh, it's so beautiful. So elegant. Twitter, I'm so sorry. Jumping around on things. Look, everybody, wonderful waterfall here. Added in, cascading down ever so slightly. Can I get closer? Oh, look, everybody. This is so, so glorious. So fantastic. Seriously superb. Ooh. Oh, what a nice idea to do this. This is perfect. Look, everybody. Can I jump here? Going away a little bit. Oh, wow. Oh, this is so elegant. I so love this. I could stand here, look at the things and go like, oh my goodness. Oh, just look. Just look, everybody. All the tiny little pieces. Oh my goodness, the lighting is so superb. What great choices there, and also what a wonderful idea to sculpture in this way. Glorious backdrop. Perfect lighting. Wonderful sculpturing work. Truly, truly magnificent. Magnificent creatures, everybody. What a design. And what an homage too. Beautiful story. Bit of a dark and strange and dreary story, of course, but at least at times I find. I really love this entire sculpturing work, not just the miniature storytelling aspect of this particular build, but there's so much sculpturing involved and so much um, turning things around, adding eyes, giving the creatures the sloth's hands, and just adding so much character to each and every one. It's just yeah, the colors, little everything about it is so fantastic. I mean, it's not one palette, but it is a complementary palette that you see, in my opinion. You do have red hues, you do have green hues, so those are definitely complementary. And then you have something in between, something, in my opinion, when you think about the story, that is what slots are, something in between. And purple hues that incorporate a little bit of red, but there's definitely a colder, darker, bluish side to it. And then you of course see the imposing structures and buildings in their clean marble, that of course all of you know is very much seen all over Somerset. I really appreciate this a lot. The idea to create them in this way and to follow along in the story in this way, it's just very, very inspiring. Fantastic. And so much what a glorious transformation for this entire plot too. You would not see that we are in the Mourner's Keep if it's not said. Oh, hello. Who are you? Can I boop your nose? Or your beak? Can also give you scritches. Yes, I can. Of course, some of you might think of Cloud Rest and Samaja, and some of you might have been in the Endless Archive and have seen a version there. It's not Samaja, but still. And of course, the griffins um, in Cloud Rest. I think some of you might be familiar with them and see a connection, a resemblance. Oh, just look, everybody. What beauties! What gloriousness has Kitsune Dark created here. It's given us the story so nicely illuminated. And then, of course, the color scheme also resides upon a homogeneous, darker canvas here that helps elevate all of them, makes them stand out, and enamors us with this story, with this build, with these beings, mysterious them, the mysteriousness of them. Just, and the mysterious ways in which Kitsune Dark has created them. Look, everybody. Oh, just look. I want to poop your nose. Hold hands with you. This is so beautiful. And what great uses for furnishings, what very elegant use, and so, imaginative. This is so imaginative. Great sculpturing work. Not sure if it comes off on screen, but the layering is just so serious here. Yeah, wild creativity in, yeah, raw, wild, and so pure. And they all stand out so much. It's so fun. I love looking at them. And it shows also this whole. Can I jump up here? Maybe not. It just also just shows that you can do a sculpturing job and simply utilize specific furnishings, very ordinary furnishings, right? In a very unique and elegant way. And you just keep on turning them and turn them until they become a slord, until they become what you want them to be. Sleep tight, Lil. Thank you so much for stopping by, for hanging out, for having a conversation with us, with me, with everybody else. Ah, very good. And yes, I'm very excited about it. Ooh. Have a wonderful night, darling. Sleep tight. Have a wonderful day tomorrow, and a marvelous dream may envelop you, take you places. Bye bye, Lil. Sleep tight. Yeah, it's just so magnificent. I keep wondering. I mean, I look at it and I know you can see the furnishings or you can see what's being used, but it's how long, how much time did it take? How many attempts? How much fiddling was it? What made them think of exactly those furnishings to cobble them together to create this magnificent sload up there, to create those wonderful beings and to tell us this beautiful story. Just every single little detail. the lighting is so superb, and I know I'm jumping around things again, but the lighting is just so elegant, so superb, and so beautiful. Ooh, in every which way. I hope I'm not stuck. No, I'm not stuck. It's just beautiful, glorious. It's it's everything here, all of it. You see a wonderful story piece maneuvering around, and everywhere you do see a few silhouettes looking at you, glaring maybe, having a, little sneak peek into your mind, while griffins fly around, while the sea is a little bit of, you know, wild around, in a magnificent miniature version of Somerset, still so imposing, so elegant, so cleanly made. And this is, ah, what a landscaping job, and what a um just the construction of this, the entire construction of this is just so next level. Wonderful imagination, Kids on Dark. This is so superb. I can stare at this for hours, I think, and see so much detail and so much elegance everywhere, and so much little pieces that just stand out, and you do see chimneys here and there, and you all the wonderful things. Oh, you're very welcome, Kitsundak. No, I have to thank you so much that I can have a look and visit and have a look around and see this all and be in, in awe. And I want to boop all their noses, the sloths, the griffins, everything. Just so how? How long? I have questions, as you can see. It's just so wonderful. Such elegant cobbles too. And just the creatures, just creating sloths. I mean, they have such wonderful shape, right? And they take such interesting shape too, and are something so, in between things and their own self. Very transformative too. I must say, whenever I see your name, you do not disappoint. Every single time is it's just so wonderful. I really love it, and it's just an admiration that just pours and emanates and just exudes from those builds, and just is a testament also to parts of the story. Of course, it's very different from what we've previously seen, but this is glorious, wonderful creativity, taking beautiful shape. In a miniature form. Um, yeah, you achieve that every single time. I think um, I've not seen a build yet that hasn't, captured, that hasn't um, managed to pull me in. And it's I've talked, I think, about this, about storytelling with the three magnificent ladies, Marcia, Hayden, and Lil, in the special that I did with them. They were so gracious, holding on for a long time with me talking. And I think is a different approach to housing, to utilize it in a storytelling way, and it's not that easy to pull someone in, and to capture particular moments in the story and make them stand out and give them shape and just add to something that might have been experienced before if you are questing, right? If you've quested through this, through the story, of course, you might already know, right? You know, you've seen this all before, but seeing it in this shape, in this form, um, is um, is an homage, is a love story, and is a different kind of story, right? As opposed to what Lil and Marcia and Hayden tell us. Sometimes their Hayden takes you on a detective story where you are investigating, where you are looking for minuscule and minute details, clues that capture you, that pull you into the story as well. But it's a unique Hayden story. And then sometimes you meander into a story by Lil and it is philosophical, or it turns into a philosophical question or story, um, particularly when you are blessed to have a conversation with her at the same time. And then Marcia tells you different stories that are elaborate, that pull you in their own way. Um, and it's not so much about sculpturing, but it's more about leading you into the story. And here we are presented, or I feel like I'm presented with a flow. And there is, of course, water there in the form of waterfalls. And everybody knows that in Somerset, those are recurring, those are there, and we know all the sites. I really like the contrasts as well, the complementaries here with the reds and greens appearing, a few dots of light, white and cream colors, gloriously adding to this. Is just wonderful. How long did it take you? If you don't mind me asking, if you don't want to say, you don't have to feel obligated to say anything. Mm, yeah, and I will agree to that wholeheartedly. It is always so wonderful, and I think this is also personality that you see. Like at some point, you recognize someone because you recognize their hand, you recognize their style, and it's wonderful when that happens. And of course, every visitor might have a different interpretation too. Like you maybe you design here a way, and we find the Sloats here. We see Samaja reprise everywhere. And I mean, it's not Samaja all the time, but we see Sloats peeking through, and we see wonderful Somerseti illusions and creations, and are drawn back into Somerset, and maybe even into a dream, an illusion that the Sloats like to play with our minds. And it's a different way, but it has a flow too. Oh, look at that. 2 weeks. What? That's not very long. Hmm. You say that's lazy. You know, some people would say that's very fast. And you know, I think everybody should have their unique style and their unique way and approach to um, anything housing and to the creatures and or the designs. And I think 2 weeks is really fast. I've spoken with a number of designers, and some of them have decided they feel comfortable with talking to me and live on stream, um, which I'm very happy that they were brave enough to do that with me. And as some of them have said, yeah, some builds I hibernate. I have to hibernate because I'm stuck, or they change a few things around. And I mentioned earlier DJ Frieda's Hall of the Lunar Champion, and that's a long evolution. That was it 2019 that they started slowly, and more curves appeared over and over, and it evolved into something that could definitely be part of the ESO meets Lovecraft competition, and it was very impressive. And then, of course, um, when you are able to get the designs for the creatures quickly, because it comes easy to you, and you see them emerge from the furnishings that you use. Um, of course, then the mundane task of landscaping can take a little bit longer. But I don't think 2 weeks is long. It's very quick. I think I also asked Stories how long it took her to create this wonderful Erstwhile sanctuary. I don't know if you know this. I know, just 400 slots. Yeah, and that makes sense. That makes sense. Also, I think for those slots, limits, I think that I've spoken with Poseidon about this not too long ago, and he said in chat on stream that the first thing that he does is look at what can he block off in the house before anything, because of course the larger plots are so hard to furnish without them looking bereft of anything or empty. And it's a landscaping job there too, to decide, okay, what am I going to block off, and how am I going to create the path. So yeah, sure, 400 slots isn't much, but But exactly that's why I'm so impressed by all the detail, and I'm so happy to see so much detail, just like the smoke from the chimney here and a little bit of the shrubberies here climbing onto the house, of course. And yeah, I can totally see why the larger plots would take you longer. And I don't think it's a race, if unless you work better under pressure. This always makes me think of this little pun or joke when um, a person is at a job interview and he's being asked or they're being asked if they can perform under pressure, and they answer, "No, but I can try Bohemian Rhapsody." It's it's just, sometimes designers work better if they have a deadline and there's a clear theme and they can work around that. I think that's wonderful, but at the same time, I think it's also wonderful to take your time and let something emerge slowly. I don't think there is any kind of, shame in any of that. So, I think Sori's, I think for the Earthspire Sanctuary, she also took a little bit longer. I was talking to her on stream, and you're very welcome. Again, I'm the one who should be thanking you because I'm here. Your courtesy, you have opened this home to me so I can see it and show it to everybody else live on stream. Um, and of course, I will clip everything. I usually create highlights of all the streams, and then I create clips for each house that I've been to. So it shall be there soon, TM. Um, yeah, and on the stream with stories, um, she was in chat, and I was touring for that magical feeling in December of last year. And she had in her erstwhile sanctuary this glorious homage to all the wonderful little creatures. And I was really enthralled with them. And so we got to talking, and I asked her all kinds of questions, and she was kind enough to answer them all. And I think one of them was how long it took you. And I think there were so many mushrooms involved as well. And I think I asked this. I think I asked this question also with the crystal tree in a Stillwaters retreat, and the designer told me, yeah, I bought all of them that I could get that were on the market at the time, and acquiring the materials, of course, can take a long time, and the building itself mustn't necessarily take all that long. And so that kind of varies. And Sori's had something similar to say about that as you. Then, if you have the mats, if you have the materials, things can go rather fast. If you have an image in your mind, if you know where you're going, or you sort of know where you're going, you have the creatures already in mind, you have the story already there, it's set out for you. You already kind of know. I think I can't get all the slowheads in one frame. I think one will always be not in it. Or is this angle maybe? No, that's all right. I'm just I just think that yes, sometimes the designer takes longer because they're still looking for mats, for materials, or they're waiting for a specific item that might come into the luxury furnishing trader, for instance, or yeah, they're waiting for a specific update to hit, and hope for specific furnishings to be available then. And all kinds of these things, of course, take into consideration how long some kind of build takes. And then I asked some designers how long it takes them, and they roughly tell me, yeah, about a month or something, because they can't really pin it down to a specific time, to a specific time frame, because sometimes they just build away and spend some time and hibernate and then return. And is the building process the process of actually building, or does it all also involve farming for it? So yeah. Mm. And then some designers start with one piece of furnishing and work around that. And maybe something evolves or springs forth from that in a very different way. I really appreciate that. Also, really appreciate that you're here on stream with me. So wonderful. I really like the color choices too. It's so wonderful. Nice complementary. Really love the illuminations with the shrooms up there. This is really, really glorious. Soft and glowy at the same time, and probably close up a little bit more angry red. Really love seeing those differences and approach and building, and how the creatures come to life for you. Is the inspiration always something ESO related, or do you sometimes go for something entirely different? Mm. It's also a really nice storyline in maybe nice. I think there's also lots and lots of racism in there. It's not surprising. It's elves, right? So just something to think about, something to meander about. So I also really like that you added um, this little question at the end. What if you live in an illusion created by a sea slord? Hmm, might not be too bad. Hmm? Hmm. You know, absolutely wonderful. Fairy tales, perfect inspiration, I think. Um, or your head. Wonderful. I love it. Yeah, like a lot of people do, and this is glorious. And seeing where it takes you, I can only repeat, this is magnificent. So beautiful. I really love the water addition to some of the pieces. I really like that the silhouettes are emerging there, that there is a connection there to them. And the reminiscence here to Cloud Rest. Yeah, and some books and artwork. I've had earlier someone here on stream in the chat who was saying that pop culture was an inspiration to them. And I recently also showed for places of worship for the house folio. There was a wonderful designer who's had an altar basically to or a shrine basically to Thor with lightning and all and a hammer, and it was a bit well, a homogeneous merging of both Norse legend and mysticism in that sense, and Marvel, the comic book, and an allusion to that. So it's quite interesting that there is all kinds of inspiration going on, and rightfully so. Just, yeah, wonderful. Really superb and so gloriously lit. And with so much rich detail. Hello, little one. I want to poop your nose, little Sload. It's just so fascinating what furnishings can be if you look at them in a specific way. How long did it actually take you to figure out? I mean, you said that the creatures come to you very quickly, but how long does it take to find the right furnishings to create the creatures? Hmm. Wonderful little ivory pieces here. All the shells and shroomies and wonderful Vattenfall lights. It's just so magnificent. Ordinary pieces. Haha! Yeah, PTS is God mode building. I see. Yeah, that makes complete sense. Yeah, and the PTS, of course, is God mode building. As I just said, you have everything at your disposal, and then of course you can go ahead and see that you can recreate what you've done on PTS here on live, of course. Yeah, the PTS, such a useful oopsie tool, she says, meandering backwards. I had a few designers say that they like to use the PTS to see what will fit, what will work. and also to go ahead and design and then create a shopping list and also copy paste. You can utilize EHT to copy paste, of course. So I have spoken about this before, but it is something so useful, of course. Wonderful tool that allows you to come up with glorious ideas. But yeah, of course, if you have it already in your mind and you already know how the creature is supposed to look like for you, then of course you will look for shapes that will and furnishings that will make sense in that context. Hmm. I mean, I do tell people all the time, also on various streams, that it makes sense to keep turning furnishings around until they make sense in whatever they are trying to build or in whatever they're trying to achieve. And sometimes a furnishing makes sense turned over more than it does in the intended way in which it was created by the developers and designers over at ZOS, of course. So um, let that be a lesson to all of you. You can utilize ordinary furnishings and create beautiful beings, recreate beautiful beings like these wonderful sea sloths, and take us into one of their beautiful illusions here in an otherwise dreary orcish place. Since I have you here, um, are other people welcome to visit? So I can tell everybody to come visit? Because I want to tell everybody to come visit. Have a look around and be enthralled and taken aback and meander along and enjoy. Mm. Such fitting music also in this particular place. Softly cascading waterfall sings away. Truly, truly beautiful. Been really excited to see this one. Um, when I saw it the first time and read it, I was like, oh yes, please. It's so beautiful. The theme, the story there. Mm, so magnificent. Mm. Ah, just yeah, very good point. Mm. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Can be a roof, can be anything. And I very much agree. Just because something says it is something doesn't mean it necessarily has to be that. Like just this simple notion of floor pieces. Floor pieces don't have to necessarily be floor. They can also be something entirely different. Mm. It's just, and I keep coming back to this and keep saying that um, you are only limited by the slot limit and your imagination. Everything else is just there, and you can experiment around and see how much layering can you do, what colors will work, and all those things, and what effects can you add in the sense that what lighting would work, and where do I hide the candles to create more edginess around statues, for instance. I think there's so much that I think some just cling to this idea that specific furnishings are named in a specific way, are labeled in a specific way, that they can't divorce themselves from that idea. Um, and it's not, I mean, they can still create something wonderful and magnificent and beautiful, but what you're saying that you have to get it out of your head that a specific item is something very specific. It can be anything in your hands. It can do anything. Hmm. Wholeheartedly agree. And I know I've already seen everything, but I could still stand here and gaze upon it and meander about it and be lost in thought and wonder in which illusion the Sloats have transported me to. I do hope everybody can come visit and have a look around and meander about and find their favorite spot and have a magnificent time visiting, discovering all the gloriousness and all the pieces maybe that you've used. I tend to not go into inspect inspection mode or something. Others do that. I normally don't. Um, Mainly for mm, two reasons. One, others can then discover what has been used if it's not obvious, and also I often think that maybe the designer doesn't want me to um, take away the magic, if that makes sense. Like you create something to um, here in this particular place tell us or retell us the story from the game. And to have a look into the inspection mode might just it's like sneaking behind the curtain at a magic show. It takes away a little bit from it. That's at least for me, and that's why I don't do it. And I think that also it leaves room for others to come visit, and if they want to have a look around and want to see what was used for what, they can still do that, or they can just simply ask you. So I think that's why I don't do it. It's just also gives everybody the opportunity to be taken aback and wowed and see the entire piece for its entirety and not pieced. Everybody, what a wonderful build, what a glorious story. You've given us a gift here, a little present, Kitsundag, something to send everybody off to marvelous sleep, to glorious dreams. Because everybody, we've made it through more than 6 hours now. This was a true slow walk. We've managed to do 4 houses tonight. So this was indeed a worthy Reese slow walk episode 2. And everybody, you're very welcome. For those of you who've already opened your abodes to me, your places to me, I'm always happy to see you pop up and maybe open more of your wonderful builds to me so I can show them in a slow walk and linger lost in thoughts and dreams, wondering, looking at them in amazement, and hoping everybody else does feel the same. And there will be more episodes to come, all of you. None of your beautiful abodes will be forgotten. Don't fear, never fear. I shall cover them all in due course. And I shall remind you really quickly that there will be a competition commencing and judging will actually start soon for the real endgame Gold Road Visions, everybody. I'm so glad, Shamina. I'm so happy. Also, thank you so much for the conversation, everybody who stayed, everybody who participated, those of you who lingered, lurking in the shadows, listening maybe just with one ear. I thank you all for partaking tonight in one way or the other, and bid you all good night. Wish you all wonderful, glorious, Sload-infested dreams. And wish you all a wonderful, glorious, fantastic Thursday, wherever you are. And have a beautiful rest of the week. And I shall see you very soon. Either on another episode of 3 Slow Walks, or on a judging stream, or on another showcase, or whatever may come my way. Good night, everybody. Sleep tight.